Nothing can be played in gold and still look like a chain. Things that are better left unsaid. The walls are closing in around me, and all the lights keep burning out. Ring out the church bells where you found me, and take me home, take me home, take me forsaken every dream and left the will to slowly fade. A single flame that burns to black. And everything I knew I loved dissolves each passing day. Time that's never coming back. Scraping at the walls until my fingers start to bleed. Stain the whitewash crimson red. Mustering the will to scream, but I can't even see through all the shadows in my head. The walls are closing in around me, and all the lights keep burning out. Ring out the church bells where you found me, and take me home, take me Just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Why do I want you back? Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. That coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back?
Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the pieces where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. misguided, led astray, trusted too easy, blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome to the 18th edition of Dust2IN Masters. I'm your host, caster, commentator, man behind the screen, backpackbrain. Happy once again to bring you all the action today. Now, we've had a wealth of Asian competition recently, not just in the Dust2IN Masters, of course. We've been covering on a Wii, but the Asian region has been covered by Extremesland, which is back in a big way, and those of you who have watched God's Reign, the premier Indian team to date participate in that tournament, would certainly be welcome and invited to come and watch the best of South Asian and Indian Counter-Strike over on this broadcast. Now, for the matchups today, we've got two semi-finals coming up. As you can see on the screen right now, we've got Star Boys versus the Augurless 5. Now, the Augurless 5 are names that are very, very familiar to those of us who have been watching for a little while. We've got Devolter, Clouder, Ember, McGills, and Revan. So basically all very familiar names at the top of sort of Indian Counter-Strike. Whereas the Star Boys have got the same sort of familiar squad that have been reaching consistent performances in this tournament. We've got Sharpshooter, Angel, Bloody, HF Star, and Power Star. Now, in terms of the other semi-final, the one that is not being covered right now, we've got Big W versus Victorious SUMUS. Now, Big W and Victorious SUMUS both also very familiar names. Of course, on Big W, we've got Cyclone F, Crazy Gamer, Haddy God, Nightcase, and Spawn. And on the Victorious SUMUS side, we've got Champ, Arakin, Benazine, Razor, and Recoil Master. Now, this semi-final is perhaps the Indian derby, so to speak, and both teams have a relatively equal chance up against each other, just to give them a little bit of attention in case we don't get to either one. You know, Big W in that qualifier pathway did have a bit of a substitute situation, but still made their way through, despite Spawn not being able to play in that moment. Now, Victorious SUMUS did actually lose to August 5 in that first qualifier before making it through in the second one. So an interesting thing to note that if Victorious SUMUS make it to the grand final, it would be a rematch of a qualifier. So interesting to see whether or not that match ends up going through. On the other side, of course, we've got all best of threes into our grand final, and Defaulter, Clouder, sort of looking to create maybe a little bit of a new look for themselves, especially Revan trying to reinvent himself after the recent stint in God's Reign, where the team did achieve sort of consistency in domestic scenes, but struggled maybe in internal issues that we didn't quite realize. And so now we're looking to see what kind of reinvention McGill's, Revan, sort of the scraps of multiple rosters, you know, now that True Rippers is not in the scene anymore. What can this team accomplish? And Starboys as well have been fairly consistent, but have yet to showcase those high highs without the substitute standing in. Now, of course, I don't think that they can have that substitute this time, because the player himself, if I'm not mistaken, is or was playing in that Extremes Lab tournament. Just to double check. Yes, Osamas playing in KO, who actually recently have beaten Rare Adam to make it to that grand final. It's a very, very contentious and interesting tournament over there, the Extremes Land Asia Open 2024, ironically, because we're in 2025. First Indian tournament of the year, if I'm not mistaken. We're into January, of course, and we'll see what kind of tone that these teams can set going into the next sort of couple of months of competition, because the major is now 32 teams instead of 24. That has been confirmed, and so extra slots for Asia. You get to ask the questions, is it possible for the Asian teams to house an Indian team, maybe even in the RMR, not even just the major? Each step is a further step towards, you know, bringing the Indian scene to higher and higher heights. And I think that, for example, God's Reign taking that map off of who was it? They took a map of Chinggis Warriors, I believe. And while that was a contentious series, they should have had a maybe stronger performance. It is still worth noting that they took that map off of probably the third or fourth best Mongolian team. And Mongolian CS is nothing to, you know, sniff at or shrug off. It's certainly a strong scene domestically. And so if you think about that potential parity of God's Reign and, you know, Chinggis Warriors, and then you look at whatever's going on in the rest of the domestic scene, if these teams can start getting stronger and then God's Reign can bring that experience back from that Asia Open over in Extremes Land, then the world may really be your oyster for the Indian and South Asian teams. So it's a lot of exciting things. Now the veto will be underway for this series. And, well, let's just say I don't expect anything too courageous from either of them. Both of these fairly familiar squads, you know, Ancient, Mirage, Anubis, Inferno. We don't have Train in this tournament just yet, I believe. We haven't switched over because the qualifiers were sort of set in stone before the new veto, but I don't think we would have seen Trend. I don't think we will see Vertigo, so you won't even notice that that's the case. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your taste in maps, there's been very little variety in the map picks. So, one moment as we get those maps for you. And indeed, the maps banned already are Vertigo and Inferno, so expecting an Ancient and Anubis and a Mirage, maybe even a Dust 2, sort of the standard home maps for teams in this region. And if I'm talking about highlight players on both sides, I think I'm looking to Sharp and Bloody to be those sort of playmakers over the side of Style Boys. They've been pretty consistent, pretty sharp aim, no pun intended. And so if they can keep those headshots and keep those clutch moments, I've seen Bloody as in particular get a couple of 1v3s, 1v4s in the past, as well as Sharp. All good in the clutch, very strong players, but it's a matter of team play. And I think Star Boys have always been weak in their team play. And that's where they're going to have to try and outplay August 5 because they are a relatively new lineup. Although they are experienced players domestically, it is, their first sort of foray together. As the name suggests, logo-less, August, and yet they're still here to fight. So, over on August, it's going to be a similar story. I think that it's going to be a very brawly, very sort of in-your-face game today, as it is almost every single time. And yet we've got Mirage, Ancient, and Anubis, if I'm not mistaken, for our maps. So that's the field in front of you. And we'll be going into the game as soon as the game is ready, so don't go anywhere. We will be right with you with the game once it's live. We are live with the pistol round of August 5 versus Starboys. Now, August 5 starting on that CT side. It is their map pick, of course, which is what we expect. Already going into the A bomb site. Under Palace default that doesn't get more than one, but it seems like the site has already been cleared out. It's down to Bloody now in a 1-on-2, and pot shots being taken as he tries to get out of Palace, and he does do so. Picks up the bomb over towards Tetris and gets out. 1 minute 25 in a 1-on-2, and he's got quite a lot of room to play with. Taking the long way around. Still no sign of rotation. Looking for a late A play, and the penny's gonna drop pretty soon now that this bomb's gonna go down for free. Already good money in the pockets and wallets of the Starboys. He goes for the jump, he hits it, but fails on the second part, the ascent, so to speak. And he's got a P250 as well as armor. So Bloody, as I mentioned before in the pre-game talk, great in the clutch, but it's a matter of getting it done now. No kit on the CT side. The defuse, oh, it's just not quite visible, but he gets off the defuse anyway. Jumps out, Bloody looking between angles. The defuse is not stuck yet, and he can't get the kill. So August 5 retake. Patience rewarded, and they don't need a kill. Unless I'm mistaken, I didn't hear the audio cue. They must have stuck it knowing that it would get diffused in, so... You know, with the 10-second defuses, because of the in-game audio cues, you know, the special beeps and music and such, you sort of assume that most CTs know what they're doing. It's the 5-second diffuses that get in your head a little bit, but as you can see, Mirage, Ancient, Anubis... And I'm actually mistaken. I think Mirage is the Starboys pick, so... That's why August is on the CT side, of course. Deagle's out in middle, going for the classic 1 Deag. You can see with the extra, he's got the right idea and indeed dinks him through the corner. But doesn't actually get him. You can see he can hear the chat message. He's asking how much. And I can do the math for you, brother. It's 96. That's how much. But not quite 100, and that's what you'll need. Doesn't go so well for HF, though. And so this round will just peter on out slowly and quite surely. And down they go. Second round on the board for Auglis. I've already mentioned that Auglis, while sort of being, you know, in name value, Auglis is not that much of a team. Together with the players' name value, not just the Auglis sort of tagline, they do have quite a bit of, you know, experience and tenure between them. We expect a lot from players like Revan, and indeed from players like Clouda and McGills. McGills has in particular shown quite a bit of decent form over on True Rippers. Especially impressed me in that Sky Esports tournament, despite, you know, the kerfuffle and the circumstances of that tournament. And so now the AKs are out, we get to see what kind of play is planned for the Starboys. Simple mid-smoke, flash, clearing the angles. A bit of a haphazard throw of Molotov, preventing the underpass push. There is some patrolling in from short, and indeed some pushing in. And the mid-fights go completely Auglis' way. Clouda gets 3, clearing that short play 100%. And things go from bad to worse. It's a very one-dimensional sort of opening to the round. Very standard. Get middle and figure out what happens next. Unfortunately, this time around, Star Wars were met with direct and targeted aggression coming in their face, and they weren't ready for it. And so that's back to the drawing board sort of thinking about how many more layers of map control, how many more layers in the rounds do you need to start defeating the August 5. And it's a 3-0 start. AK's already bought out once and immediately failed, so now it's a matter of a half buy. This time the mid smoke once again thrown. Already out. The Tech Knights perhaps rushing straight to connector. The flash goes in and it's going to be Angel to receive, but Revan takes him out immediately. What else does Revan see? Fighting from the underpass, gets 3 frags, spots the 4th. He's eyeing him down, but the AWP not the best weapon through all those lines of smoke. It doesn't matter though, he's done the work already. And Cloud is helping him clean up. So it's going to be another round for August 5. Just a Tech 9 Hail Mary through middle, but I feel like, you know, in all of these 4 rounds, apart from the pistol, of course, it's been plays through middle. It's been, you know, back to back to back. At this point, August 5 are just expecting a mid play. And so he's going to take a little bit more than that to get Star Boys their first round on the board. And keep in mind, they chose to take us over here. So it's going to be a little bit embarrassing if they can't get a little bit better of a T side. But Raven, they had their boost plan. Sharpshooter at the bottom of that boost, and Angel was sort of wondering where his little stool went. And he even manages to escape through that con smoke. So it's already a 3v5. Bloody still trying to clear things out. Here's the utility being thrown in from jungle window or thereabouts. It's still Revan sort of taking a bit more presence. We'll see what he sees. Not looking for the ladder room presence. So just a short crossover. In the meantime, hold on a second. What's going on here? McGill's pushed all the way around. He's got the bomb. Now it's a 2v4. Bloody sort of stuck in the middle of nowhere, and Angel tried to guard that bomb and fails. And this is the McGills that I was talking about. This is that sort of consistency in aim and tracking of the mouse. I specifically remember him, you know, popping off in Jaguar and Ancient, and we may get to see that next. As it's our map 2. This time, once again, a Tech 9 buy. This time, not a straight mid-rush, which I'm thankful for. It's not been working for them so far for Starboys. Of course, what we're looking for is just a little bit more parity in these rounds. It's not even been necessarily close or down to the wire, apart from that pistol clutch that did not go Bloody's way. Although it was well played to get the plant. The knock-on effect's not yet available. 2 towards B as the walk comes in. It's going to be McGill's up in this position on the rafters. On the balcony, they don't check him, and he gets 1 before he goes down. There's still Ember over on the side, but he does not look to his right. And so the site is lost. And there's going to be a little bit of a flank connection here. Cloud is going to catch him. We'll see, does he actually get that kill? He does. Okay. Flank caught out. Defaulter does not look to his left either. And so it's still a 2-on-3 disadvantage for the CT. He's going for the retake. Doesn't even clear to his right. Cloud are not aware of the positioning. And so it's going to be Revan saving. Once again, the AWP finds that passive save. And it's going to be even more difficult than he thinks. The bomb's going to take him down if he doesn't find a way out. And I don't think he will. He's going to have to maybe make some jumps, get some crazy frags. He gets 1 kill before he goes down. So that's good for the overall economy. And the CTs have been winning. But Starboys finally break through, thanks to a couple of mistakes from August 5, a bit of lazy angle clearing. McGill's maybe not the best weapon for the job, M4A1S, maybe it is the best weapon for the job. But either way, he only gets 1, and his CT anchor teammate out of position. And this time back to the true, tried and tested. Oh my god, Revan, what did he even see? Through the smoke, over the top, just clips his head off. And this is the Revan that we've sort of been looking for all this time in God's Reign, was showing us what kind of AWPer he could be. Many were hoping that him and Finn would stick together as sort of the best in the region together, AWP and rifle, but if that's not going to be the case, maybe it's multiple rosters that can sort of compete with one another and elevate each other through a competition. It's 2v5, and the bomb has been spotted near the bottom of mid. So it's HF, not afforded that instant headshot, and so a couple of retries on the duel. Pava goes 1 for 1. So it's going to be just the petering out of this round, unless, hold on a second. If HF is silent about this, he could actually get free bomb plant. There is Revan on short, but if Revan is vulnerable to apartments, because Ember's cleared apartments, so he's not going to be ready for this positioning. If he plays his cards right, he's got 20 seconds or so to get that bomb down. And he hears footsteps here and there. How paranoid is Revan? Paranoid enough, it seems. He's got that angle, but he does not get the kill. So the bomb could go down if Revan misses, but it's not been a lot of Revan misses today. 11 and 4, 3 in this round. Pivotal in each and every round win, I'd say. And the double AWP cancelled last second. They haven't needed it. No reason to dip into desperation, especially in this current economy of CS2. 6 to 1. You've got half of a half, maybe a quarter if you want to be fancy about it, left to play. So there's no reason to try and get tricky with it. Or I guess it's more of a third. So that's a Matt's question. We've got an A main lurk smoked off. And so it's once again 4 towards mid, but this time no direct face. McGill is playing behind the wall bang base of stairs. Angel gets to kill with the palace push on that A main lurk, so his position is noted. And there's gonna be some curtailing of the aggression rather, as HF is trying to be sneaky and cheeky with it in that window. It's a nice nade, but nothing to follow up on. Makes a headshot instant, I suppose. And this time it's actually a bit more of a clever layering. A bit more of sort of depth of the round. We've got Revan sort of being caught off guard here. Gets that 1 kill, manages to fall back, throws the smoke to allow that graceful retreat. Peeks again, gets another kill. This is the Revan that we know and love, and nearly goes for the third. And now it's a 2v3 on the site. Bomb getting tapped on down, but he does not stick it. He knows that he's not been able to get that space yet. And his teammate is not with him. He's gonna have to hurry up unless Pava could just finish it himself. Gets the 1 headshot. 2 CTs, and this time Angel's backstab actually comes in clutch. 10 seconds to get that bomb down still though. CT's making his own play, and McGill's caught off guard with the Molotov. Couldn't find the jewels on both T's at the same time, and well played from Starboys to get that 2v3. It's a nice headshot from Pava, finding that line through that market window, and this is a lot more layering, not just follow through onto mid, reroute through apartments, play with the minds of August. And it nets them around immediately. And this time, if August lose this, they're not going to be able to afford those niceties that they've been doing so this entire time. This AWP is not going to show up in the rest of this game if they lose all 5 members and can't save it. And so that's also going to be playing in their minds. And yet again, it's mid-play. Yet again, sort of more of the same. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And McGill chucks the molly. It's just going to segment this play, but Bloody, pushed and emboldened by it, gets the kill onto Revan. This time, the AWP is not afforded multiple frags. This time, the AWP goes down. And so Defaulter picks up the slack. It's a labored kill, but he gets one at the cost of half his health. And once again, Starboys are sort of stuck in middle. They have the U2 to get out, but they need to figure out where they're going to go. And Default has been caught off guard. He didn't realize that he would be spotted in this progression in the corner, and the nade finishes the job. Now it's a 2-on-3. Clouder evens the playing field, indeed, through the clouds, through the smoke. Spots a player at the base of stairs, but can't finish it. But there's another player right behind him. McGill's spots 2, but can't get either of them. And now it's a 1-on-3. Ember may be better off trying to save this AWP if he can, but it's going to be difficult now that he's made his position known. And they have so little money, you might just be cutting your losses and going for this unless you can get something done. Now, I'm not sure where the kits are availability-wise, so if he wants to go for this, he's going to have to make it a little bit more of an effort. And you can't even get that. And so it's a couple of rounds now. Starboys are making this look a lot more comfortable. And like I said before, the money wasn't there if they lost this round, and they only had one M4. So it's going to be Clouder to get that one. Oh, they didn't even get to save it, actually. So Clouder just bought this on his own. He thought he saved it. He didn't. And so it's going to be the hero M4 play pushing through the apartments. On the other side of the map, of course, we have these lurks and Bloody and HF clear out the A-bomb site. Bomb now in tow. And now the M4 can just be saved gracefully. Surrounded by the pistols. Let that one go on down.
Bomb has been planted.
And they've taken that free round as well, which you have to praise when it happens. If you're going to be, you know, honest and brutal about rounds that you lose to ecos and to force by guns, you have to conversely at least mention every once in a while that when a team wins... Oh. Maybe some connection issues there, but... That is still managing to save that gun. It's gonna be close. And another kill actually for the CTs. That's nice to have. So this time, we'll see what they do without the... Oh my god, Claro was not ready for that at all. Already aggression through short. It seems like the flash play completely blinded the CTs to even the concept of the presence towards short. And Ember was ready to receive, but he's not going to get anything. The rest of his team has already gone down. From total control to total collapse in middle. And Revan not having the AWP, maybe... That's what was allowing them to get all those rounds and all that presence. And now it's just sort of lost to them. We'll see what Ember can do on this one. Gets 2. Not sure how many more Starboys are willing to risk. It's becoming quite an expensive game, this game of chess. I'm not sure if Angel spotted him as well, hiding towards Vant, but either way, it doesn't look like they'll be able to reach him in time. And so he manages to take that one with him. This time, yet again, no AWP. Yet again, economic woes as we go into the last round of the half. And yet again, this is the mid play. Cloud is trying to clear this one out, but it's actually already happened towards her. This time, no aggression, trying to hold it as it comes to them, but unable to do so. And this time, Ember can't even dance around the bench wall. So, B-bomb site lost, lack of utility, lack of weaponry, and a more passive playstyle allows August 5 to just get run over. While they were dictating the pace, August 5 really did look like they had a good grasp on the game, like they had control. But hold on a second. Let's wait until the round's over because Default and Cloud have got something to say. Running back and forth with the MP9. Cloud gets that trade, but good on the trade as well from Starboy. So they even out the half. 5-round streaks to open and close from either side to bring us to 6-6 apiece. And now August on that T side. I said they were looking good on that aggression, and now they're on the T side. They're going to have nothing but aggression to sort of keep things going. We'll see what they do now. Nothing too complicated, just a combined two-man Undis push and smoke to sort of disguise that presence. Jumping out, McGill's point guard, or point man rather, point guard is a basketball thing I believe. And the Undis player's been exposed, but McGill's is good on the play. There's another player towards that stairs position though, and Bloody's made himself pretty clear, a bit loud about it, but they still don't know. Do they still not realize? He's made so much noise and they didn't even think about it. There was no silencer or nothing. Trying to get that knife out, it doesn't even matter. They still won the round. If August 5 had just sort of paid a little bit more close attention to the audio cues, I feel like they would have got it, but in the chaos, they lose the CT in the smoke and he gets a kill and makes it look very easy. It's been a relatively strong effort from Clouder and Revan so far, but Revan's going to need to step up on guns, not just the AWP, because it's going to be expensive to keep that thing open, especially more difficult on the T side, where you don't exactly choose your openings. You don't have necessarily the same freedom as the CT side, where you're just receiving the shots, you have to make the openings yourself. And this round is sort of a repeat of what we saw on the other side, where Stubbers were deagling up on mid, but not any success to be found either. Both sides pretty good at mopping up these deagles, or pretty bad at shooting with the deagles. You can take it both ways. Now we get into the guns. No up on Starboy's side, so we get to see how a CT side plays itself with that one. It's been bloody, very strong. But HF and Pava have not looked as good as they have maybe in previous series, so we'll see what the difference is. And not a heavy mid play. Smoke's heavy, but presence absent. It's actually towards A that the squad rolls in, and Defaulter does get one. So the conversation starts on this A take. 3 CTs already here. And it's sort of Revan and McGill's tag team taking everybody down, and Ember chimes in to finish the job. So it just looked like a couple of dominoes falling. A relatively easy side take started with that mid kill, and Pava just going in to get his head taken off here, and immediately showing a little bit more depth than Starboys on the T side. August 5 not just going for that mid take and then following through on the mid take, but with the mid utility as sort of a mask for more complex tactics. Throwing only one person in with mid and then having the rest out A on the execute, disguising, and then they're actually heavily assisted by the fact that the midler gets that kill. And so, while it's 8-7, it's going to be rough for Starboys to get much more done when you consider the economic situation that they're in. And no hero weaponry or anything, just some armored deagles and pistols and such. But not even any utility to send them on a quest. It's just going to be raw aim, and well, certainly that's what Starboys are known for. If anything, it's been just, you know, send your best guys at them and hope that that's how you win the game. But it's not a recipe for consistency. It's a recipe for getting 1 or 2 upsets, but in any case, once again, it's going to be another clean round. Pava shows himself, too many targets, it's just impossible, and he actually gets one while fumbling wildly in the trash can corner. More than he could have asked for, and HF also does, so... Oh, he's got the second one. Hold on a second, this could get a little bit tricky. He is on 5 health, to be fair to him.
Bomb has been planted.
So it's gonna be impossible, unless he gets another kill. Now, you keep missing those shots, you're gonna start giving him a little bit of confidence. Doesn't really have much else to work with. It's gonna be miracle deagle shots or bust. And it looks like he's just playing to contain and sort of punish. Not really worried about his own economic situation. Knows he's not got much worth anything. So it would be more valuable to keep the T's here and sort of make him suffer. And he gets the kill as well. So a little bit more money in the bank worth all that effort. And it does keep August a little bit more honest in terms of future buys. But that's all dependent on winning these rounds. And now that they've got the AWP out, we have to look at the difference between what he does and what Revan does. Angel, patrolling in a much similar way, reveals himself as the molly spreads, takes him down to half. It's a bit unfair, you might think, not realizing that the molly was going to reach him. But he made that risk. Maybe worth his while. McGill's is tucked in on the right side of middle. And it's going to be defaults are actually clearing up B. HF now aggressively taking that positioning back. Bomb has been noted, so now they've got a good idea where the play is. But HF is a little bit trapped. Angel helping him out and coming through to assist him. But now that his teammate's gone down, HF may have led his AWPer into a bit of doom and despair. They've still lost him though. And while HF is being hunted for, his teammates are sort of one by one coming to the rescue. And because this bomb is stuck in the B bomb site, August have no other choice. They have to make it work somehow. And McGill is just waiting for a peek that will never come because HF has already made his way out. And he spots them just in time. But should not be ready for the apartments play. If Bloody is going to be a bit more proactive with it, maybe just waiting for the bomb to go down. Because he knows that the positioning of the explosive is what's going to lose August to... Oh, never mind. It was a disconnect. Doesn't actually end up affecting the round though, luckily enough. A sharpshooter mops it up, picks up the AWP. Oh, we don't get a jam in the major situation. It was playing to contain regardless, so the round should still be won. And indeed it is. And Starboy's finally getting some momentum, trying to prevent this play. Although they were caught off guard with the B aggression, it's a good recovery. HF plays his anchor role to perfection in that round, sort of dancing in and out, avoiding death, letting his teammates come in and take the aggression off of him while he tries to survive. You know, not necessarily even just baiting, but sort of playing his position daintily and gracefully, which is sort of the job of an anchor in Counter-Strike, to sort of, you know, secede control of the bomb site as slowly and, you know, carefully as possible. Now, of course, you've got the modern anchor who's very comfortable with taking those jewels and peeking. Just waiting to fix some technical issues. Hopefully it won't be too long and we can get right back into it as this map is heating up. We can see August have got a Tech 9 play. We'll see what kind of round they've got planned for us. We've got 3 smokes, 3 or 4 flashes. If I'm trying to construct that round in my head, it could either be a similar round to what Starboys ran on that T side, which is a smokes into mid and then either flash into con and go, flash into short and go, or it could be a simple A execute and go. Either way, it's going to have to be relatively quick in the first half of the round. If you're not going to do that, then, you know, playing a drawn-out round with Tech 9s against guns is going to be a little bit difficult, although the weaponry is not going to be, you know, crystal clear on the Starboy side either. You know, we got HF on 4K, we got Bloody on 3.4K. We start asking questions like, you know, what are they going to opt into purchase? We've seen a few from Masters, Fami, as it so often is called. Not really, but you can imagine it. I wouldn't be surprised if Bloody gets dropped over a full-sized gun, as he has been performing relatively admirably. You want to try and equip your best players with your best guns most of the time, although there may be some, you know, 2018 not as Vince Zeus and Simple argument era conversations to be had there. Whether you give Simple the Deagle and Zeus the AK because Zeus needs an AK to get kills, or do you give Simple the AK because he's going to get more kills as his gun is better, and you give Zeus the Deagle because, you know, it's the worst weapon. Not sure where I stand on that one. I think it may depend on the game plan. You know, maybe you can give Zeus the AK and then it can get picked up by Simple later. Or if you want to use Simple as an opener in the round, which is of course great at, or at least he was great at half a decade ago, or even just 2 years ago, let's be honest. But maybe you need that AK just so you guaranteed an opening kill. You know, you're not going to get that every time with the Deagle. It's as good as Simple is. The weapon itself is not as reliable on consistent entries. You know, you miss the first bullet, you got to wait a couple, you know, frames, but the AK, you just hold down that trigger and spray him down. Either way, I'm not trying to compare Bloody to Simple, but I am saying that Sharpshooter may consider giving that M4 over. August 5, I'm curious as to who the IGL is on August 5. It would probably be Ember or Defaulter if I had to guess. Probably Defaulter. But I am curious as to what is going on there. It could be just a mixed team calling situation. I'm not sure. We'll see what intel we can get. I might throw you to a little bit of a break while we sort this one out. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
walls until my fingers start to bleed. Stain the whitewash crimson red. Mustering the will to scream, but I can't even see through all the shadows in my head. The walls are closing in around me. And all the lights keep burning out. Ring out the church bells where you found me, and take me home, take me
Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Past that crowded, no one's home. You're scared all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna shots that cut it, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes. So I don't want you. Why do I want you back? So I don't want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. So I don't want you. Why do I want you back? So I don't want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Cut it, no one's home. You're scattered all alone. Can't do it on your own.
Okay, so an unfortunate circumstance and set of events is going on right now. Unfortunately, due to power outages and time constraints, we've had to essentially hand August 5 the win, as Starboys had 3 members have power issues. So we're going to be going on to map 2 once those are resolved, if those can be resolved in time. So unfortunately, since it's not possible to hand out, endless substitutes, so many players losing power at the same time, it's just an unlucky set of circumstances, as it was still a contentious game on map 1 up until that point. But so August 5, they've taken map 1, which was the pick of Starboys, and now we're going to Ancient, potentially, depending on, future constraints, tech issues, so on and so forth. That's all dependent on what happens next. So that's in our future. We'll see, and we'll keep you updated if any circumstances change. So don't go anywhere while we bring you the rest of the semi-final and the grand final later today, depending on who that is. It could be a fantastic match of August 5 versus Victoria SUMUS or Big W, or even Starboys could potentially still make a comeback. A lot of exciting things left in the day. Don't go anywhere.
Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the pieces where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. misguided, led astray, trusted too easy, blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. The pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
And we are live. Surprise, surprise. We're live with map 2 of Victorious SUMUS versus Big W now. As far as I'm aware, the series on the other side has had some unfortunate incidents of power. So Oculus 5 and Starboys will not be broadcast. I believe is Oculus 5 to come through on that one. On the other side, now we have some very interesting games. It was map 1 on Nuke. It was an overtime affair that eventually Big W won out, and now we're on map 2, Nuke, where now Victorious SUMUS look to bounce back. Alright, I think it's Victorious SUMUS do look to bounce back, but it's Big W's map pick, if I believe. We'll correct the graphic in a moment, but what's more important than the graphic right now is the frags that Reyes is getting. Now it's already gotten 2 in the round, and he's looking primed to get more. He's gonna have to do it because it's him and Arakin up against Cyclone in that clutch. Cyclone popped off in that last series to carry Big W across the finish line. 33 kills, I believe. But he's not going to be able to do it in this pistol round. So Victorious SUMUS already off to a good start on Ancient. They're going to have to win this to take us to map 3 and get that grand final spot. There we go. The Big W getting that upset, looking to see if they can continue some relatively strong form, but it's not going to be as easy as all that. Already out in middle, it's going to be tough task for Recall Master with his Julies to do anything here, and he jumps, unfortunately. And Arakin stuck on that escape, can't find a comfortable spot to hide off those 2 angles in a main. And really, the CTs buying down have been completely caught off guard by that force buy. Down to Benzine and Razor. Trying to creep out of Temple. Makes no noise on that jump down, but still can't get the kill. And so Razor's M4 is noted. It's going to be wrapped around from the backside. And he can't even get that kill. So Hattie gets that upgrade into the M4. Picks that up for his trouble, as well as the money for an SMG kill, and around Big W fight back immediately. Not letting the streak build up. Trying to take a more dominant control of this T side. Now these are 2 teams that we've seen, on and off. Big W more recently playing with Seek instead of Spawn for this tournament, but still managing to find a way through. Seek is a relatively unfamiliar name. Was previously in that Grey Fox lineup. Many editions ago. Back when God's Reign was still toppable, I guess. Back when True Rippers was around, it was at the top. And so it's still a bit more of a mix, but opting to save a bit more money, Big W, while Victorious SUMUS VS, maybe for short, have opted to buy all the way down due to that lost bonus. Flashing into middle, but nobody's there to fight. They are clearing out lane, and they spotted that nobody's there because the play is straight into A for Big W. Arakin spamming through the smoke with a 5-7. Not yet found anything, just loud and proud, but it's Razor who's gonna go ahead of that smoke. Is already looking to drop down. He should have heard that jump up audio cue, so it's gonna be a matter of who spots who first, and Razor's ready for it. But just as he turns away, the smoke clears. He spots a lot of players, but there was one behind him that mops up the entire set of frags. In that case, does indeed kill Seek, but gets the money to make up for it with that Mac 10. So we're already seeing that back and forth gameplay, and Big W justified in not spending that extra money. Now looking smart with that econ. Rich and flush with cash. And this round should be a walk in the park. Just a pistol rush and run through. Nothing to do here. Just an eye case. As Seek finishing the job. It's interesting to see. I mean, Spawn had his moments on this Big W squad, even in previous series. On that secondary AWP, you know, he was a little bit more bold and brash with it, you know, trying to go for those peaks, especially in maps like Mirage. But for my money, Spawn was one of the members who did struggle a lot individually. It was, of course, you know, IGLing before, but now we've got Crazy Gamer in the squad, so I wouldn't be surprised if having Seek isn't even that much of a detriment to them. That being said, early Jaguar aggression as well as the jump up onto Shelf. Recall Master gets one for his troubles before he gets taken down, and is down to Champ, now tucked into the cubby. Uses his smoke offensively to block off that mid elbow. And he does so successfully. It's a 3v2. They've stood proud, but they have lost the A bomb site, so we'll see if Champ can try and deny. There's no utility to stop him, but they're trying to clear him out specifically, and on that jump up, he doesn't even get that first kill. Seek tagged down low, but Champ now has to dance back and forth, playing to delay while his teammates rush from B. Molotov catches him out, but the players in front of him are so low that it may not even matter. He's still got more health than Hattie, even though he's been having that fight the whole time. And Big W try to force the fight. Both of the players forcing the fight are so low in health that they can't even manage to take those duels confidently. It is those situations where you have to actually just swing with full force even though you're on low health. Hope that your teammate will have the trade. But the built-in disadvantage does not play in their favor, and VS managed to take that one. But because of that saved money, the buy is right back in. No AWP on the CT side. VS. Good for that one. Not good for that one, rather, but it doesn't seem to make that much of a difference. Recall Master already instant with that headshot. 3 strong on this B bomb site. The ramp play already prevented. As the U-turn comes out, they might have to rethink things. Mid's looking a little bit light for presence. It's just Champ spotting and jiggling. And so we'll see what Big W choose to do now that they've lost the opening. Perhaps play a little bit more slow, a little bit more measured, but they don't have the U-tool to keep doing this forever. And the 2-stack up, down. Cyclone gets one and he's jumping around just trying to stay alive while Benzene just cleans him up. Meanwhile, Hattie does take out his teammate. Recall Master goes down and Benzene is noted. He's got to play once again to delay, hoping this bomb plant doesn't go down, but he won't be able to stop it. And indeed, VS actually chooses to try and regroup and join him instead of playing towards CT, which might catch Big W off guard when they're playing this clutch. Seek is now on his own as his teammate falls, and he's managed to escape towards CT and short. Bomb is not in the greatest position for him, but the defuse spots maybe. He spots one, but he takes that shot, and that shot may have indeed cursed him. Now that his position is noted, 3v1 is going to be difficult at the best of times. Gets the first kill, spots the shadow, but can't finish the second, and so the clutch does not go his way. And it's VS to take that one. 3-3. Still looking forward to a contentious back and forth game, and looks like that's what we're going to get. That's what we are going to get, rather. And still AK's out for Big W. These bomb plants and contentious rounds are allowing them to keep going back and forth. It's not really right to call it the force by awards when it's 5 AKs on that side. So it's really the gun rounds. Although utility concessions have had to be made. That being said, they have managed to put Hattie in a good position. He might be able to get one kill here. Champ has been flirting with this jiggle peek, and he hears that shot, and that emboldens him to take that peek. Fantastic clear. Usually just jiggling a sliver gap, but this time more confidence, and that smoke tag may be a bit fortunate, but he gets that kill fair and square. Now it's just Arakin on this side. The rest of his team is playing on that back line on the B bomb site. You have Benzene just waiting with a smoke in hand, and Hurricane's not really got much support in this manner. The Molotov misses, though. The smoke is just dropped in towards ramp, and the U2 should give away Hurricane's position, but it doesn't mean that Big W are able to actually flush him out. And now he's got teammates helping him, bolstering the defense. 3 here, and they don't have that much time to rotate. 30 seconds. They get the first kill. Razor's watching for the smoke walk. He's watching for Cave as well. Gets the first and gets the second. That's the bomb dropped. Molotov straight onto it. Not enough time. They have to run and go it. But Cyclone is good for that frag. Now it's a 1-on-2. 15 seconds. He doesn't quite have the bomb yet. Smoke allows him to just tuck on in and get that down. But he's tagged with the nade, and there's already a CT wrapping him to the right side. He needs the instant headshots, and he can't get it done. So it's still a 1-on-2 failed. Clutch Champ's not going Big W's way, and Victoria's have been good at containing and good at playing passive. You can see in the bomb site, Hurricane does a good job of making himself seem a bit bigger than he is. There was just one site member, and that was him, while his teammates were sort of a bit more passive, a bit more vulnerable to, you know, having to retake and not just being able to fight straight up. But he gets a smoke thrown by his teammate, throws the Molotov at the perfect time, and he does his job well enough. And so that round is VS's. And still AK's in. Cyclone, perfect flashbang. Champ just peeks on his own. And Razor gets a double kill straight through lane. He's been cleared out. Now the bomb is left on his lonesome. What's going on? Seek is somehow the last player alive with the MAC-10 rushing into the B bomb site. He's wondering where his teammates went. And this time, it's proactive play from Victoria SUMUS. Not just holding into the bomb site, but flashing towards mid and then transitioning into a lane push, crunching and on the T's. And this time, Big W finally have to bend the knee, finally have to respect the economic circumstances that they've been put in. We'll see another rush. Not smoking and going. This time just waiting at the U2. They will suffer for that, though. And we'll see what the receiving factor looks like. Benzine's already gone down with a Tech 9 rush. Razor, this time the one in the bomb site, tasked with a bit more of an active defense, and the M4 spray betrays him. It's Hurricane now. He has to get 2, and he does get 2. More is asked of him as the Tech 9s are pushing wildly, but Recall Masters here are just in time. And it could have gotten out of hand, and they may still have a chance. It's Cyclone now stuck, that Molotov not extinguished. As the bomb is going down, but another Molotov is preventing it, and Crazy Gamer goes down through the smoke. Cyclone did such a good job trying to carry in that first map. He spots the boost and spots the second player. Knows all the positioning now. It's just a matter of frags. 1 minute to play with. He could just run. He could just abandon this entire bomb site. He's got the bomb and he's got a weapon. And making no secret about it, but the CTs are not in any position to hear it. So if he just legs it straight to the A bomb site, it's his to win. No utility, but maybe we don't need utility where we're going right now. Could retreat to Donut, could retreat to main. Opts to go main. Or even to go Temple. And now it's been long enough that Big W really don't know. Oh dear, I think that may have been heard. Oh, he may have just been saved by the radius of sound. Smoke at the Donut. M4 gets 1. Jumping gets him the delay. Oh no. He was hit for the taking, but yet again, another clutch that Big W aren't able to piece together. Nice try from Cyclone. You could see him, you know, one by one. He had the right idea up until the very end. Was between two minds about wanting to retreat, but also wanting to stand and fight, and so it gets him killed in the end. But that was just a force buy. 6 rounds to 3 VS. Looking good. Solid team play as well. This time around, a bit more aggression into Jaguar. Team damage. And Champ gets a kill as well. So, nice flash Cyclone once again. Looking individually hot today. And Champ got that kill on towards mid, although there wasn't much of a mid focus. It was just a one-on-one duel. Benzene not expecting his teammate to have to face right there, but he gets the trade frag. He's in a lot more trouble than he realizes. 2-on-3. Champ hears and notices the bomb going down. Is not in much of a position to contest, but is fighting regardless. There is no smoke to prevent him until it plumes just now, but that's the last piece of utility. Unfortunately, it's probably the best piece of utility. Long and short both smoked off, and that's where the CTs are. Could try a boost, but I think that might be looked at. He's not looking. He's spamming. He hears it, but he gets the headshot anyways. And so Champ gets the trade. He's going to have to run, though. Even though he has a kit, it will just be irresponsible of him to attempt it, considering the positioning. And so he is happy with those frags. Could go and grab an AK. As long as it hasn't been blown up by the bomb somewhere they doesn't know. It's blow you, brother. Unless there's an AWP in the field, there is, and he manages to make it. Wise positioning. But that being the case, Big W do manage to strike where it hurts the most. Even though they lost some jewels early on in the round, they managed to recover with a strong game plan. This time around, the mid utility champ is alone on this. He's completely blind and he has to fall back, otherwise he risks opening the entirety of mid. He does manage to get one. He's down to half, and the Molotov and utility is pressuring him. His teammate goes down behind him, so now a lot more pressure. That being said, Benzine could go through the smoke and manage to cause a lot of disruption. There's a player to your left, Benzine. He realizes it. Left and right, double frags, clears out middle. In the meantime, the bomb is being planted on A, but it's a 2v3 yet again. Big W asked to clutch. So many disadvantage retake situations. It's as if we're playing a retake community server. Seek goes down. Now it's down to Benzine. Or Crazy Gamer, rather. And he doesn't get it done. Interesting. Look at that bomb plant. It's tilted. It's always funny to me, these little clipping moments in the game that we all love. But yet again, Big W can't get those disadvantaged situations to sort of bend in their favor. And once or twice it's just unlucky, but a couple times it becomes a pattern and becomes VS playing the advantage, consistently and well. And if they win this map, it'll be because of those rounds that could have gone either way, but didn't. This time, not fighting heavily for mid, just Champ opening his smoke and dueling and fighting with info. There's a duel happening on this side as well. Champ goes down through the smoke, but Raze is trying to hold down on Jaguar. He just manages to do so. Spam preventing him, but he throws on the smoke just in time. He is trapped, but he's lucky that there's no nade to prevent him from escaping, and he's still worried about it, but they've long since given up on that. Still at 3v4. Razor is low, but the CTs have already rotated towards B in anticipation of this push, but Seek heat-guided bullets right there. Crazy Gamer as well, opening this bomb site. Now it's Benzine. He's looking right and left. Can't find a clean duel. It's still just too difficult. And finally, a disadvantage put in their favor is Recall Master. This is the last round of the half, so you're going to have to go for it. But it's an AWP. Smoke, 5-7 in a kit. He's got the tools for the job. Takes a lot of damage on that first one. Maybe better off switching to an AK. And the smoke is a little bit imperfect, especially for allowing himself to cross. And look at this double stack up in cave. It's not going to be red. And down he goes. Instant headshot. Crazy Gamer. And everybody's looking sharp, but Big W managed to recover just enough rounds. And it could have been a much worse half for Victorious SUMUS if they didn't get all those frags. Or rather, all those advantage rounds that could have gone either way, but just managing to consolidate. As we go into the second half, we'll see whether we get a map 3 or not. Time is ticking for both of these squads. And it looks like a bit of a handshake stack over towards B, or just a lean rather. And the U2 comes in. The investment should be loud and clear. The rotate's already happening. Seek is stuck by Cyclone. Oh my god, he didn't see anything. We didn't either. How am I supposed to see that Cyclone is going to get 2 frags straight through the smoke? Quick dink. Champ is looking to fight still, but now it's a 2v4. Recall Master fighting as well, but it's not enough. He's got the Julies now, and he's going through the smoke. They may be able to read this, and he's dinked down to half health. And this is very difficult to fight. Surrounded on all fronts. Gets damaged down. If he got that kill instantly, maybe there's a conversation because he doesn't have to worry about that position anymore. But he couldn't get it clean, and so it's Big W to pick up the pistol. No bump plant, so no force buy, most likely. And that means that it's going to be a simple flash play. We'll see what Raze is lining up with this flash, just to chuck them straight into mid. How blind are the CTs? Very blind. In bleed, very blind. First opening kill done. MP9 is not as clean as you could hope. The CTs don't have the luxury to waste all these frags. You had an economic advantage. Now it's a 2v2. Now it is Glocks against, you know, fully armored weapons and such, but I mean, bomb down 1v2 with a Glock, it's not the most unlikely round you could win, and especially if Razor just plays a cheeky angle, waits his timing out. EA is being watched, but they don't know for sure. Oh, there's a chance. Goes for the Glock burst at the end there. You can hear the Glock click, but he doesn't get the shots fired off. And this is an incredibly successful round. Glocks and 2 flashbangs, and you can see the difference a little bit of a pre-written tactic can do for you. Pocket strats can change the tide of a map, because this could seriously make the CT economy suffer. Still enough to buy, but utility missing 1 kit. And in a good position to cause a little bit more mayhem if they win the round. Neutral exchange. It's going to be Nightcase flashed, and the flash is good enough to deny him the frag as Benzine gets that one, and Hattie trades, but he's already so low he can't retreat. He's forced to stand and fight, and he gets taken down, traded efficiently by Benzine. Who's on 2 frags for the round now. 3v4. And now it's on VS to contribute and convert. Already lost 1 frag though. Those crazy games push down lane. Gets that lurk cleaned up. Now it's Seek has to be a little bit worried about this. He's got the right idea, and he actually turns around at the perfect time to catch that frag. Now it's a champ 1-on-2. 1-on-3 rather. He gets it down to a 1-on-2 with that first frag. He's got the bomb in his back, and he's got a minute to play with. He knows the AWP was roaming around that A-bomb site. He's got 2 flashes, but throwing one would reveal his position, and that's the least of his worries now that he's been exposed. He's got a smoke. Pretends like he's going B, but he's actually thinking twice. But the sound cues, hold on a second, he could just be caught off here by Seek. He's got the USP. Oh, it's a matter of timing. The USP is not the best weapon for the job here. He's not going to get an instant headshot unless he's close enough. He just is missing him by a couple seconds every single time, but he gets that frag just about. Well played from Seek. Turns around, senses the flank, and then realizes that he's got a great path of rotation. Props for taking that risk, because USP out, it could be caught off guard easily with a more long-range duel, and it would have been curtains for the round even. But that forces VS onto Tech 9's. Big W now starting to build up more of a lead. We're taking a lead at all. Bombs leading towards A already. This time it's the exact same play, but the CTs have learnt their lesson and are not playing close mid, opting to give it to them, asking Victoria's SUMUS, what are you going to do with all this space? And Hattie knows the answer. He's already spotting towards Donut. Needs to be prepared as he calls out the utility, plays more forward on that default box, but he's not ready for the push. They were already surrounding him and he goes down. Bomb site's been given up. And Seek throws the Molotov to defend himself, but through the Molotov, Rico Master just runs at him. And with that hook, gets another frag. And it's probably going to have to be a save. We were talking about the economic circumstances. Just because they were winning the rounds doesn't mean that they've been building up money. A 2v5, too unlikely. Big W have just, you know, as soon as they start looking confident and comfortable, it's individual sort of vulnerabilities and mistakes that open these rounds up. Had he just, you know, had the right idea, but a little bit, you know, overconfident in his assertion that these T's were not so close to him. And you can't blame him too much because he did jump spot once, but you know, in between that jump spot and his second peek, smoke out. Wide peek. You start asking questions, you start worrying about, you know, where are the T's now? Especially since you could have, you know, read the play, but that to the side now as 8-8 VS, now back with the guns, and it's going to be a force buy. Seek forcing a USP and armor, maybe trying to pick up or shadow behind a rifle. In that case, with one rifle on towards mid, and Crazy Gamer with the second one. Hit on the head with a Molotov. He's going through with alongside his team. He shoots his own team. He's so trigger happy right now. But they've all retreated. They're segregated by the smoke. Segmented. And they've taken the control and already fallen back. The rifle is in the right position. If he just peeks at the right time, he could have got that frag, but now he's going to be caught off guard if his teammate doesn't bait for him. And the bait is good, but the shots aren't. Nike's position's given up now, but his teammates are there to help him. And that's a wild jump shot to be taking. It's a 3v4. And once again, the disadvantaged weaponry is looking to come out on top if the T's can't finish the job. Now, the CTs are in the right position. And it's down to Eric, and now they line up, but Nike, he kills his own teammate, but gets the frag down to a 1-on-1. The bomb is down, and Nike picks up the AWP. It's a matter of who reads the position better now. And Nike is throwing that smoke, or rather, seeing that smoke is actually going to go ahead. Raze is watching. As soon as the bomb gets tapped, he's going to have to make a decision. And he goes right before. Cerebral from Nightcase. So many possible ways that tree could have, you know, grown its branches. You know, does he fake the plant? Does he plant in a safe position? Does he run? Doesn't matter if you peek him at the right time. And in his mind's eye, he reads it perfectly. 15 and 10 for Nightcase. And it's a close game down the stretch. The nade set not doing that much damage, but the aggression might, as Hadigod jumps straight through. The flash is good, but the MP9 is a little bit crazy. Nightcase together with Hadigod going 2 for 1 right now. Nade clears him, but not enough. The smoke is just up enough for him to retreat, but Cyclone in mid got taken down in the meantime. So the A bomb site is open. The T's smoke donor, but go through their own smoke, realizing that it's actually just a better play. And it's Seek alone with the AWP. His teammates are covering his mid-aggression, and Crazy Game is slowly walking away, and once again, just a little bit too antsy. Not content with just holding the line, wanting to push a little bit further. And Hattie is now just stuck here, mollied out. There is a flank. And the Molotov tick now has revealed his position, but that might serve as a distraction if Crazy Gamer can walk in at the right time. He spots one. If he had a better weapon, it could have been a better peek. And he spots the second player. I believe he saw that scope in Temple. And now the retake's on. It's a good smoke and a great Molotov. If he just sticks this, he could just finish the job right here, even if it's a 10-second defuse. Oh, but he doesn't smoke the bomb. Maybe they didn't know. Perfect flash. And Hattie might just have to retreat now. It's a little bit too far gone. And the money isn't there. 9 to 9. They're looking to hunt. And he can't keep the AK. And so Big W failing that retake. Though it was a good chance for them. Crazy Gamer on the MP9 makes a labored fight possible, but it's not possible to win the round regardless. And still forcing down even after that. Doubling down is very, very risky here. Loss bonus is still relatively low for them. They could have had a somewhat strong buy next round, but they would have had concessions, and so they opt to force down and then double save if they lose it. Parking Cyclone in A main, playing an off angle. Not often seen, but nobody's going to be pushing into him for now. Nike is on his own off angle with the UMP. The nade is in the right position, but the smoke is even better. And Nightcase trying to play, sort of pretend with his teammate as if they're spamming through the smoke, knowing nobody's there, but he goes through it, and this could be the play. This could be the play that wins him the round, but he's not looking in the right direction. He hears the audio cues, but thinks the wrong way of it. Crazy Gamer equalizes, but not for free. And so it's 3 for Cyclone that push through. Not content to be patient, but once again, it's Seek. This time he runs before he's caught off guard. And so it's a 4-on-3, better weaponry on the T side, but the man advantage, not permanent, temporary. Cyclone's gonna have to go through the smoke that the T's just went through. Oh dear. Cyclone betrays his position now, and he's gonna have to win the straight up duel now. And it's low weaponry, it's uncomfortable. Crazy Gamer trying to knife out, walk away, but he's being hunted silently, and as soon as those audio cues come in, you can bet that VS are not going to let that one go. But he actually just run all the way so far away that, in fact, they have no choice.
Terrorists win.
VS looking poised to take map 2 and push us to a third, which would be Anubis. And it's been close in both map 1 and map 2, so if we go to our map 3, you can expect much of the same, I believe. I'm looking forward to it. Crazy Gamer turns away from the flash and doesn't reposition for the kill. That was the gun in the round, so now these pistols drive by. USP picks up the AK to retrieve it. But still going for this, or at least trying to cause damage, is a bold play, because this rifle would be nice to save. 2 AK saved then. What is Arakin doing? He didn't realize the smoke wasn't up. Nightcase has got the right idea! And he does get that frag. 3-on-2 from nowhere. These USB picked up AKs, and Nightcase gets a 3 kill to turn the tides, and now it's Recall Master playing an off angle. Will it be spotted, or will it win the round? It might indeed just win the round, but Nightcase is on for the ace. No kit, nothing but raw aim, and he's sticking it. He's sticking it. What did the TC? Recall Master, will you call that bluff? The defuse timer is ticking down. He gets off it, and it doesn't matter because Recall Master denies the ace clutch. Still very well fought. And if Big W win rounds from here, there's a chance that you can push VS off of that economic surplus that they've been riding off of this whole time, but you still have to win the round. That's in front of you right now. And as the instant smokes are lobbed out from both sides, mid is contested by utility, and we walk into round 21. The door smoke is actually, this time, good enough to deny the T's from walking out into lane. No other aggression, though. Just Cyclone sort of wondering whether we should go through with this or not. They don't know that the T's are behind this door smoke, and conversely, the T's don't know that the CTs aren't pushed through. So it's a matter of who decides to push first, and the smoke fades, so the illusion is dispelled. Meanwhile, Benzene is parked in Red Room. It's a game of cat and mouse. Who decides to peek first? And Benzene walks in, but doesn't get the kill. Crazy Game is too aware, but they lose the B bomb site in the process. Razor and Arakin walking this one through, but gets the bomb down. There may be a boost going on. Razor gets that kill on the flank. Cyclone goes down. Arakin is still kind of stuck here, but it's in a good enough position that he's okay with staying here. He doesn't get the frag for his troubles, and Nightcase doubles down. hot hand, getting those frags. 3v2, Hattie gets that ramp lurk down. And Big W are not content with letting this one end as well, keeping 3 alive, which allows them to keep the economy building. It's the right recipe if they want to keep winning rounds. Because this does push VS onto a difficult decision. Do they opt to buy here? 1900 loss bonus, they can buy next round fully if they so choose. But then after that, if they don't win that round, the last round of the game would then be a difficult buy. And so they sort of hedge their bets and go half in, half out. Tech 9s, but not that much investment. Still enough to buy next round. And they're trying... Are they seriously trying the sneak the bomb in strategy? Bomb plant is not as valuable as the rounds here. 1900... I guess actually it is a 4 buys worth of difference because they opted to buy in. So if they can get this bomb down, it's actually worth it. But I don't think the Big W will buy it unless they just straight up win the round. Hold on a second. They've got 2 kills. They got 3 kills on the side. Now the bomb plant is not even the best thing they could get. Now they could just win the round. How is this happening so many times in this game? What is going on? They don't even realize the bomb is going down on the A bomb side. In case is sort of, he's thinking in his head subconsciously, the bomb is behind me. My headphones are sort of giving me that impression. And now the T's have had to actually scramble because they were on the wrong bomb site intentionally, but now they actually have a chance at winning the round. Things are getting a little bit tricky. Kit and a smoke. 2 smokes, rather. And Nikes has managed to walk his way, completely catching Benzene off guard. Smoke on the bomb. Now things are getting tricky. 2 kills already, and the bomb is being defused. I don't think that they'll be able to win this one. Knife out. He doesn't get the kill. Neither of them do, but the knife doesn't find its mark either, and the bomb is defused. And the crisis avoided for Big W. It's actually the plan that comes back to bite them in the ass, because they didn't realize that they would get those kills. They planned to rush in and die and distract long enough for the bomb to go down. Getting those kills on the B bomb site, but still planting on A, means the T's were so out of position that the instant retake allowed for those kills to come through, and of course the weaponry was not in their favor to begin with, because they didn't have that much in the round. Bomb down means that the future plan is still as follows. They have enough for utility now. We'll see as the rounds tick down to the very last, round 23 or round 24. What do the IGOs, the masterminds, call in here? I believe Benzene and Crazy Gamer are the minds going head-to-head right now. Couple of very good calls so far in this game. I'm impressed. But they've got to push it the final few meters. Or at least Victoria's SUMUS do to get us to map 3. Otherwise, Big W could just cancel it. Or we could go into an overtime again. As map 1 did and ended in OT, which Big W came out on top. But this time it's not a Cyclone solo carry. Nightcase is the one having those pop-off moments. The utility is coming in, but it's actually the double stack into cave that's the sole insight to defense. As Seek is coming in, Cyclone playing behind default. Gets one, transfers to the second, gets a ding, but doesn't quite get the kill. His teammate's going down, but it's Crazy Gamer trying to play that secret position. Doesn't pull the trigger yet. Oh, and he spots one, but he turns around just in time to only prevent one frag. And that could save the round here. Victoria's SUMUS in prime position. And Big W probably just going to save. It's uncomfortable, but unless they can get a pick early, it's going to have to be a save. And Nightcase is hungry for it. He's hunting for it. But doesn't look to his left. And now it's Hattie running and tucking and turning around. And Victoria's SUMUS aren't quite in a position to hunt on this. You can probably send Champ. But they do still need that money for AKs. Heady gets one. I wouldn't recommend throwing all your guns away here, especially since you're not in a position to double peek and trade. And indeed, they opt for the more passive approach. AKs dropped around will mean that everyone will have the headshot rifle coming into the last round. Not enough time to talk, no timeouts either. We're going straight into this. Either Victorious SUMUS take us to map 3 now, or we go into overtime. And it's a 3-man mid-aggression, fighting for their lives. Crazy Gamer trying to tame the MP9. It does not happen. Nightcase is worried about 2 positions now. He has to do it all, and he can't get it done. And Victorious SUMUS lining it up for a map 3. 13-11 looks to be the scoreline. And it's Seek and Heady, no clue about where these T's are going to end up. Praying for heroics. And Heady's not even in the right position to receive it. Turns around just in time. If they want to win the round, it's going to be Heady to just get a couple of stray picks. Flash misses. He shoots, but he's firing blanks. Seek gets 1 kill. Heady gets a tag. Oh my god, is it possible a 2v5 to take us to overtime? Seek and Heady God making miracles happen. Heady God knows he's trapped. It's gonna be down to Heady God. Does he have any bullets left? He picks up the AK. He's got a kit. He's got a kit. Hold on a second. He's down to Arakin. Does he have the positioning? He gets off the defuse. But Arakin has to reload. Arakin, he doesn't have the spray down positioning. And Heady's allowed to stick it twice. And Big W take us to overtime. Yet again, we go into OT. And Big W, having won the previous overtime, must be full of confidence now. Cheers ringing in that team speak. Heady nearly threw that one away by getting off the defuse. But Arakin had to reload because he sprayed the first time. And he didn't have the angle right in his mind's eye. A little bit to the left. Pushing a little bit more forward. Confirming the defuse, all of that was off the table for him. He didn't go through with it. And so it's Big W who could once again come out on top in overtime. Take a quick little break for overtime. Don't go anywhere. OT is coming up right after this. And we're in with the overtime of the second map. We were already straight into it with Hedy getting stuck in the cubby. He's got the AWP. He doesn't get the first frag and he's got his teammate to trade him. Though Nightcase is looking hot in this map and he doesn't stop in overtime. 26 and 15 and probably more in this round if I had to guess. Looking at the form he's been in. Blocks off Donut, rerouting them perhaps into Red Room, but they've just thrown that smoke, so it's going to be difficult. Unless they want to lurk straight through it. It's a 4v3 in favor of the CTs. And Nightcase is containing that Red Room push. Hold on a second, he's not looking at the right time. It's just a matter of routing who sees who first. Where do they decide to go? And Seek finds him as he turns around to try and go B. So 2v4, looking like a solid round for Big W. No smokes, just one HE. And Cyclone even drops the bomb. It's just Benzene, and that headshot is not for him. It's Seek as well with 2 kills in the round. Fairly strong performance from Seek considering this is sort of a stand-in situation for him. But it doesn't seem to be impeding their gameplay too much. And yet again, Big W might just be the overtime champions right now. So confident when the overtime situations are right there. Oh my god, Hedy was just staying in those flames. He does give up that frag. It's an unfortunate way to go down, but CTs was still in the right position until now. Crazy Gamer caught off guard. He's allowing Cyclone to take center stage, but Nightcase on that flank as Benzene clears them all up. But Crazy Gamer with a headshot. Once again, giving them a chance. Not afraid to take those peeks. And Cyclone just the wrong timing. You could see the vision right there. But unfortunately, his vision was not so clear. And Crazy Gamer's, since that first headshot, his position's been noted. There's not much for him to do now. And back and forth it goes, so maybe not the same story as map 1. Maybe we're not looking at that 16-12 victory. But it's a question that we will know the answer to very shortly. I do wonder, as an aside, when players throw the instant smokes, whether they're in overtime, they should just buy the grenade that they couldn't buy before, no? I see no reason not to. Especially if you got extra money. But that aside, Nightcase is, once again, just getting these kills so comfortable and confident, rather. And Cyclone on that AWP almost gets a second, but he can't clean that one up. He's given a second chance to right that shot. Let's Seek with that tag. HE a little bit too conservative with that one. It's hard to know how far you need to throw it to get that frag, whether they're pushing you or not, so he opts to stay safe. And once again, he's looking in the right position, but maybe he's a little bit too aggressive. It's a 2v4. Not sure that this level of, you know, angle clearing is really necessary, but it does catch Victoria's SUMUS off guard. And that's enough to win them out in the half. So 14-13 as we switch over. Seek did buy it. Okay, so my question has been answered. Maybe it's a case-by-case basis. In any case, Champ is this time tasked with this locked donut position, but it's not going to be any donut aggression. It's actually just Cyclone and a wild goose chase because nobody's paying any attention to mid Jaguar, ramp. It's just a sort of red room and A focused defense for once, which is very rare to see, but they've actually both sort of angled towards the left side of the map for once. But as the play sort of slows down and shifts and the tides change, we're looking to see where the T's end up. Cyclone's just been parked here. He's never going to get a duel for maybe a minute. And there is only a minute left in the round. Because the CDs are not going to be hasty in clearing this deep, because that's just not their game plan. It's a passive hold across the board. Still not rotating from A. Lack of utility is sort of selling them the wrong picture. Recall Master still looking for a red room push that's not there. And Razor the sole site defense, but Champs does get the frag. As Hattie sort of wanted to peek into Donut, he gets what he asked for. The information is there. And Razor, unfortunately, peek comes before the smoke, so the flash was crucial in getting him down. And now it's a 4-on-4. Player still stuck on site. Player row 2 still stuck on site. Nade not good enough. We'll see what C can do as his teammates go down behind him. The trades are back and forth. It's down to Cyclone now to 1-on-2, and Champ is just seriously the champion of this round. 3 kills, first to open and also to close. And VS not ready to let this one end the way the previous overtime ended. Solid retake as well. You have to give them credit considering the way that that first half went down all those rounds ago. Sort of what's the deal with that? Maybe asking themselves over and over and finally finding the solutions to getting those retakes in. Or rather applying those solutions that they found that allowed them such consistency. I did mention that they were going to be, if they won this map, they were going to be happy with the way that half went down. Nikes, my god. Unstoppable right now. Still a 4-on-4. Champ is here to clear this one out, but do you want to fight this? Is this looks like a double clear, but if they don't clear to their left, it's not going to matter all that much. And Hattie's a little bit premature, but he still gets the frag. And the second one to find, and Champ does well to trade. So now it's a 3-on-3. B bomb site's open. Benzene once again is tucked in this corner. That smoke's not going to last forever, and he's waiting for that moment. Peeks, moves forward while the spray is in, sort of disguising his presence. And Nike's lazy clear. But Benzene is still stuck. It's a 2-on-2, but Benzene is not comfortable by any means. Finally finds Solace. Isolates the jewels, and it's Erican and Benzene to take this one to 15. And Victorious SUMUS seriously fighting strong in overtime to take us to map 3. A lot on the line for them. Grand final spot up against August 5. We're trying to figure out who's the second best in India. It used to be a true Rippers constant conversation. Now those pieces have split up and moved elsewhere. And so is Victorious SUMUS, Big W, and now August 5 as well. All trying to fight and figure out who's going to be that, you know, challenger in those qualifiers and slots. And it might be a double breakpoint situation if they both take each other's map picks. Although, of course, almost everything is middle ground maps in the region, except for Nuke, which I'm very surprised. Maybe a little disappointed that we didn't get to see all of it. Or any of it. And there's no disadvantages in this final round. Everybody's kitted up as much as they can be. And so we're going to lay it all down on the server right now. Do we keep going, or is this the final round of overtime? Nightcase says continue play. Incision straight into Jaguar and Cave. As if he's a veterinarian surgeon. He's cutting up that Jaguar. Like that one. I have to imagine Like there is doctors and surgeons, there's vets and there's like surgeon vets, something like this. Anyway, that's an aside. Benzi's tucked forward now. The hard clear, they don't hard clear properly, but Nightcase does well to recover. Could have been 2 for nothing, but he makes it 1 for 1. And Rico Master is doing the opposite of that, but still these trays are still consistent. And had he got on that watch behind, Champ goes down, and Araki is making the only play that could win them the round here. He's got the right idea, gets the first kill, but he pays a hefty price, and those are all spammable walls, so he's gonna have to get a lot of instant headshots. Tags Hattie down to half. Arakin is still lost on that final player. It's Seek that he can't find. He spots him, but he can't flick in time, and so we go to another overtime. Big W not letting that reputation go to waste. Nightcase 30 and 19. Talk about hero performances. In that first map, it was Cyclone. And now it's Nightcase. Star power shining through. And the individuals do seem to be just firing a little bit stronger. Oh. I'm not sure about that one. In any case, it's Champ on that elevated positioning. Oh, hold on a second. Here we go. Four v 5. Victorious SUMUS taking that man advantage right away. And as the time ticks out, Nightcase does get 1 for his troubles. The bomb's on the other side of the map, though. A 2v4. Donut smoked, but smoked very early, so it will be dissipating by the time the bomb needs diffusing. Now it's a 104, and Seek is going through his own smoke, but the play has been read. Rico Master knew that there was very few outs in that round, and he was covering one of them. And they say play to your outs, but that is a desperation situation. If you are playing to your outs, that means that you know that the only way you win is by doing, you know, one of the few things that slightly increases those odds. We'll see who maintains this lead, or rather continues to fight for it. This time the utility does massive damage. Crazy Gamer down to half. Nightcase almost the same, and Crazy Gamer almost goes down to utility. He's lucky to be alive, and he gets the headshot. Sometimes a couple of centimeters is all it takes. If that nade took him out, the Razor would be alive right now, but now it's a man advantage and unconfirmed damage, because not a single bullet went in the Crazy Gamer while the headshot came through. Now Champ, he sees the shadow. Shadow advantage! He still gets the frag just about. It was close for a second there. Trying to scrape back the round. And now this actually puts Victorious SUMUS in a pretty strong advantage, even though they don't know it yet. Benzene on the up, solo patrolling B. Not the best time for it. Feels danger, throws the smoke. It's the right circulation, but it's just a little bit too late because the bomb is already ahead of it. And now also smoked off of long. Both ops. Faked bomb, but spam is already noted. And the boost sees nothing as the bomb does finally go down. So it's a 404, but Crazy Gamer is very low. There's no nades, so it's gonna have to be spam that takes him down, if not a normal heads-up duel. One flash and go. It's Champ to try and receive that. And we'll see what they see as Hedy got on this elevated position. Is gonna have to play to close. And it's down to Nightcase yet again to get 2 kills. instrumental in every single round. This is no different. He's going to have to finalize the round himself as well. He goes for the peak, and this is a hard round to win at the best of times, and the defuse is not stuck, so I don't think he's got it in him. It's going to be close, and indeed he does not. Half a second difference, and Benzene goes down. Nike's playing the defuse just right. And it's going to be close has been the tagline of this entire series, and I'm happy to report it continues to be close. This time, no tease towards mid. It's a straight up brawl towards A, and the A bomb site, B bomb site rather, has been left completely undefended internally, but it doesn't matter because playing outside of it, Razor and Benzene get those frags regardless. And Arakin gets 2 as well, so it's gonna be 17 on that CT side for victorious SUMUS. A quick switch over, leading by 2 to try and take us to map 3, but Big W could go flawless and close it out right here. Nightcase has been popping off, lights out. Can he drag them over the finish line? Can the rest of the team pick up that performance just in time? And now Benzene 32 and 24 deserves his own mentions. Has been, you know, getting silent. 2 frags. Oh no, Nike is now caught off guard. This could be the end of the Nike Ace dynasty in this map. Seek does well to stem the bleeding, but it is that. Still an injury. 3v4. No bomb spotted, which should clue them into maybe a little bit more depth in this round. Cyclone playing tucked in. It's got no utility, so it's going to have to be the direct duel when he opts to try and face this. He has got his teammate to distract and maybe fake him out. Had he gets that first kill, he's still peeking in. Now it's Cyclone who gets a back turned and a free frag in tandem. Had he gets another frag and retreats, teammate stepping up in Nike's absence. Now it's 2 AWPs, Recall Master 1 on 2. And now had he flicks and misses the over adjustment. And it's a flash, but it's not a good flash, and Seek makes sure that he's aware of that. If that flash had gone a little bit lower, it would have been targeted for Cave, and maybe that duel goes a different way, but this time, not to be the case. AWP still picked up, double AWP, once again reinvested into Crazy Gamer. You've got enough money for a kit and head armor. I would like to remind you of that internally in case it comes down to a clutch. Just keeping an eye on that. You know me. Now, I understand this is not the last round of overtime, so you do have to save some money, but... Anyway. Pedantic notices aside, it's Recall Master to put the CTs on notice. Cyclone not ticked by that molly. Important point, because it means that he can probably try and sneak by. Oh, and he takes it through. Tries to go for a drive-by, smoke fades, and he's completely exposed. And now the bomb site once again is left wide open, but Nike's this time only limited to 1. And once again, it's got to be heroics from Hedigod. But this time he's not on the right bomb site. It's going to be Crazy Gamer. I don't think he's got it in him. He might have had he got that spray transfer perfect. Now it's a 1-on-3, and had he likely to save. No way that they can reinvest this. But he's made noise now, and I think that spells his downfall. The late activation from Champ is coming anytime. And there it is. The AWP was going to have to be Glass Cannon if he wants to reinvest. Seek is on low money. Victorious SUMUS in prime position to win this overtime and take us to a 3rd map. Take us to Anubis. Playing for everything, Nightcase gifted that M4A1S. And the MP9's on the other side. Playing in tandem, back and forth. just enough utility to stop this, but that's pretty much all they've got. Smoke Flash, Nade, Molly is literally the remaining funds. Nightcase retreats. His teammate paid a heavy price for it. Gets the initial headshot. Trying to... in between two minds about whether to fall back or not. He gets the attempt, but he can't get the frag down. Orb can't trade either. And now that they know where it is, it's a matter of finishing the round. It seems like Victorious SUMUS have finally done enough. An uphill battle this entire time. Neck and neck rounds. Cyclone is just running straight through this, but he's being watched, my friend. And I think that should spell the end of this map, finally. Second round of overtime goes all the way. Hattie is stuck in here, is being checked from behind, and he can't get the frag. So it's going to be Victorious SUMUS winning their second map, taking us to a third one. 19-17 on Ancient. Let's see what Anubis has to bring us. We'll go to a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. Map 3 coming up.
Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Hearts that coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Why do I want you back? Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone. Can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you.
Are we alive with map 3, Big W versus Victoria's SUMUS? And already Cyclone and Nikes have just started to get those frags without me even realizing. 3 to open the round. This is our decider. Winner of this goes to that grand final up against August 5. The True Rippers, former players, and a couple of other well-known names. Champion a 1-on-4 is not going to be the easiest thing for him to do, and he's already gone down. So Big W starting with a pistol round win, especially on the CT side, can really change the tides. Starting as you mean to go on, Big W, of course, won that first map in overtime, lost that second map in overtime. We've had nothing but close maps between these two teams, and unfortunately the way that ends up going is that we have a map 3 stomp. But I'm not putting that energy into the world. I'm maybe trying to be a little bit more optimistic. Let's put it that way. And even without necessarily a bump play, we see a force buy over towards A. As that smoke fades that allows the T's to sort of lurk out here. The first contact is going to come through sooner or later. Already 3 CTs here on the A bomb side. Arakin is sort of thinning those down, as well as Benzi. They've already cleared out the entire bomb site. What a flurry of frags. Paddy's already been naded to half health, and his teammates behind him, but can't get that first kill. Crazy game against the trade, but it's not good for more than one, and the Tech 9 force buy immediately pays dividends straight to Victoria's SUMUS. Maybe I was wrong to say it wouldn't be a back and forth close game, because it seems like that's the direction we're being taken in yet again. And this time the CT force buy probably going to be a little bit more limp, all things considered. Can't really blame them for it, but the 5-7s can afford a fighting chance, especially if positioned appropriately. We've got no case. See if we can replicate that incredible performance from last map, although unrewarded, unfortunately. And it's Hattie God as well. Picked it up towards the tail end of that map, but it wasn't incredibly frag heavy. We can say it like that. Still no deaths in this round. Crazy Gamer tucked behind in that cubby, or in dark rather, we'll call it that. And this B-bomb site is 3 thick. Cyclone taken down. It's still down to Crazy Gamer. He gets 2 kills. Nightcase gets 1 on the mid lurk. And Seek back and forth these rounds go. Oh my god. You just can't stop these teams from losing to lesser weaponry. Either of them, in fact. Unable to clear the tucked in positions. Unable to, you know, deal with the Tech 9 rushes over towards A. Maybe some absence of protocols. And a little bit of panic is setting in as the pressure is ramping up on both these teams. This time around, only 1 defender on A. It's Hattie. Stuck with the FAMAS on the lesser bump side, as is often the tail of a side anchor. Second smoke to re-up, but they're going straight through it. The flash will blind them, and the Tech 9s are coming right back for you, my friend. Turns and can't get the frag. We're due for a repeat of history. They say those who do not know it are due to repeat it, but they should have known it. It happened not but a couple of rounds ago. Molotov to deny, but the peak from Champ is already there. He retreats in that positioning, throws Molotov of his own to deny the push in, but they were not looking to do so in the first place. Looking to save instead, but actually Seek has just been starting to go straight in. Lines up for him, but he doesn't get the frag as Crazy Gamer again in this position, but Arakin is strong with that for Mars. 3 kills. Immediately drops it, of course, as one does, but it's again just back, forth, back, forth. And this time another force buy, not willing to let go of the economic swing. Big W buy in and Seek with that M4 is going to have a tough task ahead of him. A lot of pressure on. Gets flashed into the peak, doesn't spot anything, but utility comes at him, so he has some confirmation of presence. That doesn't mean that he's going to go for that frag though. Opts to reposition. He hasn't really flexed his presence. Yeah, it's the 5-7, really aggressive clearing, but he still gets that frag. 1 for 1 is a lot more than he could have gotten. To be honest with you, with that angle clearing, I was expecting him to be caught off guard, but the AK wasn't ready either, and so he gets one before it goes down. T's a split right now. Bomb is not in position yet, and Razor's tucking behind. Common position that a extremities player on this A bomb site has to play in. This water gets one, but Cyclone's great trade with that gun. And he actually manages to clear it, get a weapon. A lot of info given as well. All the CTs are away from middle, which is where the T's are looking to apply that trade. Going in towards A to finish. Cyclone makes no secret of his position though. Playing to delay and distract while his teammates are coming with him. And actually, the bomb is wrapping around towards B now. They've parked Arakin here to try and catch Cyclone off. It works just about. But this should sort of clue Seek in, and he's in the right position. He's got the weapon for the team. But Hattie actually gets the kill on the lurk as well. So now it's very tricky. Utility should confirm with no time left. Of course, Seek knows that this is the play. Too worried about all these angles. There's nobody else to clear. Spots one. It's not the cleanest. He knows that the second player is right there. That lets Hattie set up for that clutch. Meanwhile, Champ has no idea where the CTs are. He's loud about this. He sticks it, just a little tap. No idea of a kit, and he gets that frag. Champ has to swing wide open. No idea where the bomb is. Not the best plant for the job either. If the plant was a little bit more to the left, you can see, of course, that, you know, maybe if there was less panic, you could have had a better plant position and less swing would have been required. You know, maybe working his way back up towards the elevated CT instead of in that, you know, corner cave right there. But still, back and forth we go. Does Big W take that round, and we get another buy right back. I'm starting to wonder whether this is just not relevant. The guns are just sort of out of the picture, and it's literally just back and forth. It's momentum based, it's new ideas. And Hattie's now pushing down into water and canals. Spots one, is goes crosshair in the right position, and Nightcase backing him up, but Champ on a swivel gets both kills below and on his level, and is accelerating, in fact, straight into A. In the meantime, it's Crazy Gamer to catch that lurk. It's not the cleanser, but that's the bomb dropped. Is not the bomb dropped. I misread the minimap. That's my apologies. These rounds are so fast that I don't even know what I'm seeing. Minute 13, bomb is once again doing the wraparound. It's a 3v2 though, so you might want to try a little bit more meticulous angle clearing. Cyclone's readying himself up for this position, and they won't be ready for it. It's a very lazy clear. Champ is low on health, but he gets that trade regardless and is now set up for a clutch. 50 seconds can go either bomb site, and either bomb site is going to be occupied. It's Crazy Gamer on B and Seek on A. Good chance at a backstab on Seek. He's not really playing the bomb site, but you'd have to be really thorough and clear out middle. And I'm not sure he's got the luxury for that, considering the entire map is unknown to him. And as he drops down and makes noise here, it's going to be a matter of seconds. He's not got smoke. He has got smoke, but he did not use the smoke. Really afraid of the main position, which is fair, because that's where his teammate got caught off guard. But they should know that he's got nowhere else to be. Tucked himself into a corner, but inadvertently trapped himself. Both the CTs coming from a different position. And finally, the back and forth is over. Big W win. 4-2 up now. And this should be the wake-up call that Victorious need to sort of put a pin in it. That being said, 4-2 up and probably giving away another round right here is not where the T's want to be. 5-2 on a CT side, Anubis is the thing of dreams for almost any team. Especially if you want to consider Big W and Victoria SUMUS sort of on level ground as squads that have been, inseparable except for overtime up until this point. You have to start wondering whether Victoria SUMUS didn't have as much of a game plan coming into Anubis, whether they hoped that things would be finished before this point. Or whether it's just Big W sort of stepping up in moments of need. And of course, it's Nightcase on, 141 ADR that can't be ignored, but at this point, you have to wonder. And it's a force buy. I spoke too soon. Never doubt the qualities and perspicacity of Indian Counter-Strike in these force buys. Spam and Tech9's running straight through. There's one defender in this pillar, but the CTs are quickly regathering. It's got to be a faster rush to this, my friends, because the peak is coming in. Crazy Gamer gets one, gets two. They're lined up for him, and he gets three before the Molotov forces him to go down. And Nightcase fumbles the spray. So actually, there's still a chance here. Cyclone is caught in a difficult position to spray. Held down, and his teammate behind him is helping him out right there. Rico Master's too low to win this round. It doesn't matter. Didn't have the headshot weapon anyway. A Mac 10 in his hands before he could pick up anything better. And so finally, this should be, dare I say it, this is the round that Victoria SUMUS finally just go for a couple of pistols. Oh, never mind. The loss bonus is so built up at this point that they're still going to have to half buy. But it's not going to be a full down to zero buy. Just a couple of pistols, not even really any utility. So this is as close to a zero buy as we're going to get in this modern back and forth economy. Cyclone's pushing though. Oh, he nearly makes a meal of it. And he's forced Benzie to headshot his teammate. Ouch. Must hurt. They're not really flush with cash. That 300 bucks could have gone to something else. Crazy Gamer tasked with defending middle. Opts to fall back towards the site. It's the right play to do. He gets the headshot. And now it's just a matter of finishing the job. And this is looking from bad to worse for Victoria SUMUS. It's actually quite a, not with a bang, but with a whimper situation that, after all these close games, if Victoria SUMUS can't put up a T-stat, I'm afraid that it might just be the end of the line, because you can bet your bottom dollar Big W is going to be chomping at the bit for that T-side once they get switched over. As long as this T-side continues going as dominant as it has been so far, which is not a guarantee, but it's as secure as anything else is in this game so far. That being said, they are finally on equal weaponry and elevated weaponry, which should put the T's sort of in a bit more of a confident position to plan their own game and round. Nightcase, to be feared, over towards middle, peeking in from A. This Jiggle's going to catch someone one day. The flash behind him, but he falls back instead of fighting. Plays it safe, and that might be the better choice. And as mid is completely smoked off, it's unclear where the T's are going to go. All Big W knows that there was mid presence, and they could go through either smoke. They could wrap around, go to A. There's been enough time now that the play is not red. Up frag again. Audio cues. Nightcase is yelling. They're going A, my friends. There's still a lurk in towards main. Depends on who turns their head where. And they finally flush him out, but it's too little too late as the bomb site has been lost. Nightcase walking in haphazardly gets taken up by Rico Master, who's looking back and forth between mid and that CT temple clear. I'm surprised that Hadigot is playing this forward to contain. I guess the economic situation does call for it, and Victoria SUMUS saving themselves from a little bit of embarrassment by winning that round right there. Hadi should get one here. And now both CTs have been revealed. Just playing a little bit of, economic management. AK delivered for their troubles. And 6-3. They need every single round in this half to go their way now for me to really believe that they got a chance in this, because every single round the CTs win from here on out, it sort of adds incrementally way more. It's not just any old, you know, you can call it a Mirage, maybe an ancient map where you can sort of consider, well, Mirage is quite CT-sided right now, but sort of consider a 50-50, you know, ancient especially, you can say, you know, even an 8-4, you win the pistol, you got a good chance. Even 9-3, you can, you know, salvage from time to time. But a 7-5 and 8-4 here on CT side advantage is looking quite miserable for Victorious SUMUS, so it's got to be a little bit more than that. Ahead of the smoke, but Crazy Gamer, he's reading that gas 1.5. Sounds the alarm. The CT should be there in time before the aggression pops in. The Molotov is aptly placed. Utility on point. Hadigot, that's a little bit ambitious. Opts to underhand the Molotov to prevent the bomb fire, but Arakin's gotten kills on his teammates in the meantime, and now Hadigot forced to take a more passive stance. Seek behind this smoke as the bomb goes down, and Cyclone backs up Hadigot. Confirms tentatively that there's no more mid presence, but he's actually sort of afforded this chance through the smoke. Benzine is watching it. His crosshairs in the right position and he spots it out. That should be the cue to trigger the rest of the CTs going in, but they don't get a single successful point. And now Hadigot really has to run here. HG in the right position to try and slow the aggression. There's already one passed, so the headshots have got to be on point. The positioning has got to be perfect, and it's not. Orb goes down, no money to pick up another one. Unless Seek drops it over, but then it's going to be, you know, a question of what they buy after that. Everybody's a little bit poor. Money would be better spent on multiple M4s? No. They opt otherwise. Oh. Still a decision in progress. Seek picks up the AWP and goes for it instead. Okay. Interesting. Seek not a stranger to the AWP in the previous map so far, but it is still interesting to note, and he goes right in and dies. But that's why you've got a teammate behind it to pick it up, and Nightcase has grabbed that and has taken it for a walk back further beyond. Now the round slows down. Victoria's just waiting for a little bit of a mistake and over peak compensation for the lost man. It's not going to happen. Orb doesn't shoot, but it should be made aware of their presence. Molotov flushing, Arakin out. He's tagged, but oh my god, Crazy Gamer! Can't let that one happen. And Arakin gets 2 frags, 2 more than he should have had. And now it's Hattie with the Deeg is gonna have to do a lot tucked in here. Where does he opt to play this? Could play connector, there's nobody there. But that will, of course, be a little predictable, and he has no idea whether that's clear or not. And behind the smoke, it's as good a play as any. He reveals his position, and now it becomes a lot more difficult. Even if he had got the instant headshot, there was a position to be traded, and the only thing left, and it's going to be saved, dare I say. And a 6-5, I did say every single round has to be theirs from now on. Anubis is all about, on the CT side, the proactive plays, the reads, the gambles. You know, do you play to mid? Do you push through A main? Do you go for that flash peek into B main? Where do you apply your pressure at the start of the round? Where do you opt to play it a bit more passive? Do you know what your opponents are doing? And while Big W, they scraped their rounds by winning the back and forth rounds, it seems like once the guns are out, it's actually Victorious SUMUS finally consolidating, which is actually, by the way, I would like to say, if they had not double or triple down on the force buy, if they knew they were so good at these gun rounds, which maybe they didn't, I think it's fair to say that they should have just saved earlier and then gotten the full guns out earlier, instead of, you know, getting caught in the back and forth fight, which gave Big W maybe more rounds than they would have had otherwise. Because you can see they look quite uncomfortable now that Victorious SUMUS is sort of able to call their own strats with the full utility and weaponry at their disposal. And this is what I was talking about. This is how you dictate pace on the CT side with those sort of plays. They've already made it past, but Razor wasn't there to receive the initial push, so how did he could actually go behind him? He seen nothing. He must have heard something. He's watching it. He wasn't ready. His crosser was in completely the wrong place, a little bit too elevated. But that could be the furthest that he thinks a CT is. He doesn't realize that Hattie is here. He's right in front of them, and it may not even matter. Crazy Gamer and Cyclone can defeat them on the bomb site. Nightcase just being loud and being noisy and delaying. Seeker's got the gun. Doesn't matter, but the flank is what's going to win them the round if he chooses to push. The longer he waits, the more practical it becomes to check this corner. Oh, he's made noise. He didn't mean to pick up both guns. He just wanted to pick up one. He was panic pressing, not knowing how much time he had. I'm not trying to read his mind, but, you know, you can envision it. In that case, we'll jiggle clear this and realize. Wrong bomb site. Last round of the half, of course, he's going to have to send it. And Victor SUMUS have already done the hard work of clearing a lot of these angles, so... But they still plant open. It doesn't phase them in the slightest. Recall Master adjusts, but... An avenue was there to win the round. Let's put it that way. 6-6. And now the story changes. I would still say the pistol round is greatly beneficial, almost mandatory, because 6 rounds on the TT side is still quite a lot, especially if Big W have a good enough game plan. I'm just thinking about what they want to do going into this one. We might be finally getting into it. Potentially the last half, if we don't go to another overtime, which we have gone to every single time. Last half of the semi-final. We've still got a grand final, folks. Don't let this map deceive you into thinking that there's no grand final coming after this. There's a whole best of 3 waiting for us. Simple 2-man setup. Julies to receive. I'm interested that the Julies are from connector to main in this angle. Well, that certainly does make sense in some respects. Bomb still sort of undecided, lingering towards B. Middle progression matched with Razor peeking out towards A, clearing out the waters. They're clean as ever. And now the utility comes in. The back and forth, neither player gets a frag as Nightcase gets 2 instead. Continuing his stellar performances from the previous map, has been looking quite good so far in the third. And as Razor goes down, it's down to Champ and Recall Master. And honestly, at this point, Champ has got nothing to lose, but Recall Master should really be thinking about saving. Although it is better from time to time to just go for this get some kills. I think the money reward is also just better, but he may not have a choice in the matter. They're all hunting him, of course. And the panic sets in. Champ doesn't get a single frag further. So, pistol run won by Big W. Starting to have that conversation. And of course, when I said the pistol round was mandatory, I meant for Victorious because they were the ones struggling on the T side, and even Huff is a T side struggle in my view. A little bit more than it should be at the very least. We're expecting at least a 7-5. Anything more than that, we start wondering, you know, what's going on. Oh. Unfortunately, they fumbled just enough. Let's keep a watch on these, you know, trepidatious CTs, the pistols, as they try and find their little journey. Flash in does not go all the way. The USP actually finds a kill. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to take you off of the fun cam, and we're going to go a little bit serious because this round is a little bit more winnable than we previously thought if Razor gets the headshot towards his left, towards Seek. Because the bomb is still undecided, and Razor could be anywhere now. Okay, Seek gets that kill instead. Doesn't clear his corner judiciously enough. Op on Rico Masters opted to sacrifice everything in exchange for it. It's Champ who's going to be potentially caught off guard. Solo mid-defense for the FAMAS. He has a kit as well, which is, again, the only one in play. In the meantime, it's a triple B defense with the Op looking down main. T's still sort of just feeling it out. Usual back and forth dance of utility and giving and seceding control as the Molotov misses. It's not where it was supposed to bounce, I can tell you that much, but it should still be, you know, enough. He walks through the Molotov and dies to Rico Master, who pivoted angles upon hearing it. And as the smoke in main tries to give Hattie a little bit of an angle to find something on, faking the drop down to go back up. Not much else left but to go for this B play. The re-smoke could make things tricky because smoke, flash, and a nade is all they have. They could nade the smoke, throw a lineup, and flash through, and I think that's literally what's going to happen. Or they may save the nade. Benzene is going to have to get his hands on her gun pretty soon. And just a simple left-click throw of that smoke. Too many angles are clear here, and I'm surprised that they didn't nade that smoke and go in a different way, but left clicking the smoke simply is down to Nightcase once again. He's gonna have to do a little bit of a one-man carry job again. 5 seconds left. He gets another kill, transferring. Rico Master nearly gave it to him, but waits a little bit until the AK goes a little bit messier on the spray and peeks in with the orb. Still an unnecessary peek, to be clear. He could have waited, the bomb was not down, and there was no way that he was finding that frag if he retreated. So by all accounts, if he had just died on that spray transfer, it would have just been an unnecessary loss of a gun. But never punished, as they say. And so the scrappy buy returns. Big W, Crazy Gamer just sort of chest bumps the nade and walks through, getting position behind the mid doors. Meanwhile, the two CTs turtling and up in the A bomb site, letting mid go. And peeking forwards, Razor gets one, doesn't quite get the second, but confirms it and deals a little bit of damage. Rico Masters watching for the alternative, but the smoke is obscuring his view of the walk into the A bomb site. And Champ is sort of raising the alarm, gets 2 kills, nearly gets a 3rd. Oh my god, Champ is playing the perfect side anchor game. FAMAS does not limit his potential, but it may limit his ability to reload. And Big W, they have a solid game plan and they actually had good positioning, but they couldn't capitalize on it. letting Champ get those multi-frags with a FAMAS is quite criminal. It's not a gun that you should be doing that with. And once again, it's Rico Master on the with the opening, this time from connector down towards that stair. Or those stairs, rather. There's more than one of them. There's just a couple of pistols, so nothing much to talk about. Should just be fed a bunch of kills. If he misses them, though, I mean, that's on him. I say that, but they know that there's only an AWP here. They should just be going for it. Rico Master's thanking the heavens that be that he got that frag, because if he missed that one, got insta-deeged, he would have had to explain what went wrong there. Luckily, he doesn't have to. And Victorious SUMUS take the lead, 9-8. Wonder what those chat messages say. Maybe we'll check it at some point later. This time more of a set play once again. Not on low weaponry, but playing as if it's a low by Crazy Gamer gets that kill mid headshot. He's really good at getting those smoke kills. Maybe he's the glaive of India. Or perhaps... what's the proto-glaive? Basically, I'm getting another kill there. It's pretty intense. Eric getting 2 on the B bomb site. The instant pivot is more than I expected. And now it's a 3-on-3. He's trying to figure out whether he should play it forward or not, but he decides to go back, and so do the T's as they opt to reposition. None headed towards mid. It's going to be a regroup into the A main play. There is a smoke for probably heaven. That's all they've got. Trying to block it doesn't really do much. And he loses the Molotov in the smoke. Unfortunate. As well as going down. Champ getting 2 once again. Champ shows form when the team needs him to step up and does so. Alongside Arakin, now it's a 2-on-1. Big W has got Seek tucked behind this pillar. If they clear him, they need to clear him. Now it's a back and forth. Seek spots out the player, and what a headshot from Seek. 1-on-2. Tucks until just the right moment. Spots the player. Doesn't get panicked. And he's keeping Big W in this now with that clutch. And, you know, Nigase is getting those important, you know, openers and mid-round frags. And Seek with that clutch, closing it out. You can really feel the whole package coming together for Big W in that sort of latter stage. Here we go, right back into it. Relatively equal weaponry, not evil weaponry. Though I suppose if you hit the scroll wheel jump, all of your weaponry sort of betrays you in that sense. Recon Master not dissuaded by the nade, but if the T's are peeking into him, he's going to be rewarded for it. Playing a double setup alongside Champ in middle. In the meantime, the T's are sort of gathering towards A yet again. And Crazy Gamer getting that kill into mid. Champ trades it out. Picks up the AWP. And tries to fight with it, but he's not used to that gun. Misses 2 shots, buddy. I think it's time to change it back to the rifle, but apparently doesn't want to give that one up. And Arakin, they both go down. The B defense completely collapsing, and I think it has to be a save. I hate to say it. And even still, it's not a guarantee that you keep these weapons. And I guess Cyclone will probably be looking to try and find some discarded weaponry, especially Cyclone with that Galil could take an M4 on AK. Could just go down for free here, though. If he's too... It's antsy for it. Never mind, he gets that kill as Champ has once again missed a shot on the AWP. Sometimes you know when a gun's not your gun. There's no shame in it. You know, some great players throughout the years have never used the gun. You know, you got Rain, players like Rain and Zipex. You put the AWP in their hands, they will be pretty confused, but they've given us some of the greatest moments throughout history, so maybe, you know what, Champ, maybe you're one of those. And we've seen a multi-frag a few times, so stick to the rifle, perhaps. Eddie on the AWP. Not going to be given anything. The CTs are just tucked in towards connector. Hoping for a, you know, blind rush into a USP shooting gallery, but not to be the case. I mean, I think this is the kind of situation which I think can be solved by a machine learning algorithm. Or at least, like, you could construct it. Because you obviously can't just play a USP round as if you're holding conventional angles, you're going to get destroyed because you don't have the gun for it, you're going to get aim punch, etc., right? At the same time, you don't want to just rush because one player holding the rush is going to get more kills most of the time, especially if they're prepared for the rush, and that becomes sort of a meta strategy. You know, there's layers to it. There has to be, like, in my mind, that I think that, you know, if you're doing one of these USP stacks, it's probably the Australis stack that is the most effective at doing damage economically throughout the game. You just pick a spot on the map to Australis stack. You know, you pick a certain time on the map, that way you disassemble it. Because, especially if the opponents don't have MAC-10s, there's no reason for them to hunt in and give away a gun. But if they come to you, you're going to get one kill pretty much all the time. It's almost impossible for them to get away unscathed. You know, they might get one, but 5 USPs, one of you is going to hit a headshot, and the rest of you might hit a body shot. That's enough to get the frags. That aside, we've got no USPs here except in the holsters because the guns are out. But Arakin doesn't make good on that. M4 goes down. Flash peek. You can see, once again, the CT Anubis initiative being shown, but it doesn't work out, and that's what makes it such a hard way to play this. And Big W 9-11 now, looking like it's going to be their series to lose as they put 12 on the board first. And once again, it's a clean take into B. You can see Victorious SUMUS sort of, you know, it's not necessarily even a desperation play. It's what you should be doing, is making those peaks, pushing out forwards. The fact that it doesn't work out means that it's almost impossible to salvage the round. They put everything they had into assuming there was going to be at least a 1-for-1. You know, without that play, you don't have any stopping utility ready. You didn't smoke behind the player that you just pushed out, of course. And there was no graceful retreat. And so the site just collapses, House of Cards style. Razor goes 1-for-1. This for Mars. It's labored, but he should keep it alive. Just about, but this is not the gun you want to save in your last potential round. Their final stand, 2 for Mars, 3 MP9. It's a full house, but not the kind that wins you most poker games. If this was, you know, Counter-Strike poker. 4 of a kind AK definitely beats that out, I'll tell you that much. Arakin's just hoping for a misstep, hoping for close range fights. Because if they just play this one out, Big W should have it. It's their round to throw away. And even if they throw away this round, they've got to lose a lot more in a row. 2 more in a row, to be fair. It's not impossible. It's not out of reach. And the fact that they haven't got an opening in that first minute might get them a little bit uncomfortable, over eager to win. And as that smoke comes in, playing ahead of it, Champ, looking for an angle. Smokes across the board. He spots one out, but they haven't spotted him. Oh, Nike's just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, playing properly. Rico Master still behind his cake, and he gets spotted out. This might be all she wrote. Final nail in the coffin as Arakin and Benzene not in any position to close this one out. Kit present, but nothing else to do. And Arakin fought well this entire series, but it's not to be. His Big W to take that victory and go to the grand final. They're going to be facing up against Auglis in a best of 3 to determine the 18th champion of the Dust2IN Masters. Don't go anywhere. We will be bringing you that grand final action right after this.
Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the pieces where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
We are live with the first map of the grand final. We go back to Anubis, this time pick of August 5. Having just seen Big W win Anubis, they think we can take him. And maybe they're right, as Ember immediately opens up onto Brock. Hold on a second. I think there may have been a substitution. We've got Brock in the server instead of Seek. As of course, Seek was a substitute, so now we've got Brock instead of Seek. Instead of Spawn, who's the original member of the squad. Now 5v4 bomb plant onto B. We already see that August 5 have a bit more of a game plan picking this map into it. Anubis, relatively common map that we see over on the Dust2IN Masters. And dinks in, headshots galore. Cyclone stuck and struggling and is down, and a crazy game has not got much left to say. So pistol run goes to August 5. And it's a fairly well-played one of that. Instant bomb down. Now, into this grand final, I would say I still expect August 5 to come out on top. They've got the more reputable players, and of course, in terms of fragging, I mean. And Brock, I'm not even personally sure about. Frankly speaking, I've never heard the name before. Okay, Brock is not an unfamiliar name, actually. He played in the LOT team a few editions ago for... and got 2-0'd. But was one of the better players, even though it was kind of a 0.5 rating across the board for LOT against Cosrain that time. But we've got him back now. And this time the guns are out, so... no more beating around the bush, immediate presence and execute probably imminent onto the B-bomb side. But there's 4 CTs here. Boost spotted about Clouder, instant peek and kill. That's the pedigree of the player right there. August 5 could just run a Big W over on this T side, even though there's a stack. Dinkin and Cyclone and 9Ks proved me wrong. 9Ks instant headshot with the last remaining bullets, but he's got no ammo. And Revan looking back and forth, finishes one, but needs to get more because this round is still on. Bomb down safe. Taps to bait out a push, but there's nobody to go through the smoke. And as the smokes fade, so do the chances to sneak something in. Revan instant, not quite, but gets that headshot. Running low on ammo, 6 bullets, reloads safely behind the pillar, hears the walkout, and so he's gonna have to play in tandem with his teammate Ember. Sort of baiting and switching there. CT doesn't really know where the second player is, and taking advantage of that, Revan takes those peeks liberally and freely, and he gets that kill in the end. definitely my favored team right now between these two. August 5, Big W playing very scrappy, very, you know, undisciplined at times, relying on their stars. I was spawned as sub for a different team. Brock is a sub for a different player. Am I? Hold on a second. Wait, I mean, I'm just here to do some confirmation. Yeah, it's. No. This is right. This is right. Okay. Well, Brock goes 1 for 1, so already exceeding expectations in some respects. As we have a lower buy around Nightcase expending a little bit more. The B-bomb has been abandoned and the bomb slowly finding its way towards it. So there should be a handshake into the 5th round as August 5 go for nothing up. Not much left to say on this one unless the CTs catch McGills with no weapon out. But, oh, never mind. I was going to say both have no weapon out, but the pistol gets to the hands sooner. As the Counter-Strike loading tips will tell you, switching to your firearm is quicker than reloading, or it's also quicker to switch to a pistol than a rifle. Hadigod trying to play in tandem. Nade should be decent. It's not that good, but allows Crazy Gamer to get that trade, and Crazy Gamer accelerates into it, but Revan's there to receive. Already 2 CTs on the bomb site as the bomb ticks down, but it's going to be Nightcase to do it all, and he's panicking with his rifle in front of him. MP9 is not good enough. And so 4-0. It was a bit of a close affair on that one. There's that new AK Inspect. What do you think about the new AK Inspect? Me personally, I'm sort of a fan of it. I think it's nice, a little bit of variety, and it's better than just having one Inspect the whole time. Here and there. And we may have another set of technical issues, perhaps? Dare I say it? Okay, seems like the tech pause continues. I was about to get us right back into the action, but the tech pause is yet again teching. Dare I say it? Ticking it down. Looks like it's Revan, perhaps. Oh no, we've got a full purchase. We're straight in. No issues, no problems. 4-0 reads the scoreline as August 5 take their business perhaps to the A bomb side this time, although the bomb is sort of undecided. Revan trained on that orb towards connector. Peak could be afforded to him at any moment. Just a matter of jiggling right across that edge. Angle discipline is what we call it in the business, and that's some lack of angle discipline right there. Ember not worried at all about the potential aggression. You can see that smoke. They were sort of banking on that smoke being a dissuading factor, but it was not. And so a man advantage is gained early. We'll see what Crazy Gamer can do to push it forwards, but he doesn't look like he's ready for this, and he's looking uncomfortable out of position. He managed to get a lot of damage down and traded by Hattie through that wall, but Cyclone goes down as well. So it's a 3-on-3, all things being equal. 1 minute. And Brock has got to sit tight and deliver. Former member of ROG Academy is Brock, as well as playing on the LOT team a couple of Masters and months ago. He's got a lot on his plate right now. He's got the right idea as well, peeking in towards that connector. Swings in, gets one, turns around, but gets blindsided by McGill's on the bomb side. But Hattie could have traded that one had he got that kill. Not to be. So, we go 5-0, and it's beginning to look a lot like August 5 picked this with a vengeance. Having just watched Anubis and just seen what Big W have to offer, they clearly had a plan in mind and have taken advantage of whatever they've seen as a weakness. And it seems like maybe even everything is a weakness for Big W right now. Cyclone tag down on that push on B main. He is still tucked in here, but it's not really long for this world. Tag team in it alongside Brock, but neither one of them looking too hot to trot. Crazy Gamer does finish one in mid through those doors. And actually it's Revan looking a little bit panicky. Brock is quite low on health. It would be good for him to pick up the pistol, but he has no idea. Low tracking. He gets that shot down. Nightcase and Crazy Gamer both have weaponry and armor now. So, despite the fact that the bomb is towards B right now, it's not a completely done round. As it is a 2v2. No kit. Molotov on Nightcase could be a deciding factor, should he choose to throw it at an opportune moment. Especially, he would love to have his gun out. And thankfully not whiffing that one. Revan looking at a completely different angle, not expecting the full wraparound. Punished for it. And now it's down to Ember in this clutch. And he goes down immediately. So, Crazy Gamer and Nightcase, 2 frags apiece. I believe a player also disconnected, if I'm not mistaken. No, I am mistaken. It's just a unrelated incident, bug maybe. No, there is something's up. Bit of a UI issue, maybe. Oh, there we go. And this time around, the force buy is looking fairly robust. All 2 AKs and just a couple of, Tech 9 Mac 10-esque buys. AWP shot misses and Crazy Gamer is happy to receive that one. Another frag to him, but the Tech 9, or rather the Mac 10 by Embers. Sound and Nightcase there to receive, gets a second kill, gets a third kill, walking straight into that rifle. You should know better than to challenge Nightcase after what he's been doing this whole day. And he lets them know that this is not just going to be a walk in the park on that T side. August 5 have got a little bit more to push if they want to win this half. Now, Nightcase can't be everywhere and can't get every frag, but he's going to damn well try. This does put August 5 into the Tech 9 buy of Yor. Cyclone happy to search and destroy, but this is not Call of Duty. Tech 9 spamming through straight up bricks. Really should not have even gotten that dink, but he is not rewarded with the frag, and I think we should all be thankful for that, because if that was the kind of Tech 9 play rewarded, we'd be in for a tough time. And certainly Big W will be happy to sort of let this one come to them and have 5 alive. Because the more money that you've got stored in the bank, the less reason you have to save. The less reason you have to save, the better the, 50-50 rounds that you go for can be 1 rounds. And I think that this is the kind of subtle thinking and mindset that you need to be aware of, especially when you're watching a game. If you're trying to, elevate your thinking and beyond it, if you're not trying to just enjoy me telling it to you as it is, if you're trying to analyze it as another high order, you look at the round, you look at the knock-on effects of the round, you think back, 3 rounds ago, Tech 9 got 3 kills instead of just going down for free. Now the CTs have a less bank, and so they're incentivized to save, and so 50-50 round that could have gone either way is now 100% the T's round. These snowballs, they collect snow, they become bigger than us all. I nearly drove that one home. But you understand what I mean, of course. And no doubt the pro players on the other side cooking up the same kind of algorithmic thinking in their brains, or at least trying to. Especially the IGLs and coaches. Unfortunately, not many coaches right now in the Indian scene. Something that I do think that could be improved and indeed should be improved with time. Cyclone too wide on those clears, and now it's down to Brock. A lot on his play. Gets the first kill, waiting for a second one. Spots those traces through the smoke. There's a CT behind him. Must know that there's a player in that smoke. What is going on? Nightcase thought that there would be no way that there was an aggression, but McGills reads the play, realizes, and what a one tap! Didn't even need to reload. And while McGills is not the kind of player that's gonna consistently be 30 bombing, he's good for those moments, and that's why you have him on your squad. He's that clutch player, big game player, as much as you can have one in Indian Counter-Strike right now. I'd say McGills is one of those. And I mean, it's just the subtle cerebral play, He realizes that the drop down is happening. He sits in the smoke. It's the only win condition. The CTs are panicked because they've been, wrapped around, so on and so forth.
Terrorists win.
And then a play like that happens and you can only stand up and applaud. You know what, maybe next time that we have if we have another tech pause on this map, I'm just gonna go and listen to the Anubis music in free flying mode. Oh, that's a misplaced bind, perhaps. Or just a misclick. McGills, I don't think you can restart the round based on that, though. You're gonna have to play this one out, buddy. No smoke in mid. Or at least wasted smoke. Shouldn't be a huge deal, but it is an unfortunate mishap. T's are gathering towards that A bomb site. We've got Crazy Gamer tucked in behind this pillar position. Meanwhile, Nightcase is rerouting to Heaven to assist, and he's going to be called in right now. The utility's a bit too late, my friend. Crazy Gamer is only going to get one before he goes down. Nightcase, the flash is just too little too late. He's going to get wrapped around from middle, too afraid of the peak from side as well, and so he goes down without much else to do. Now, Brock is quick on this, but there's a player behind that pillar, and he's not there to receive. Had he gets two, but he's going to be setting up a tough job for Cyclone. It may be worth it to give away your position and just pick up this rifle, but I can appreciate not doing so and playing your outs. You know, try and find a sneaky frag. No frag spotted. Now you've revealed your position. You may as well pick up a rifle now because I don't foresee it going very well, and indeed too attached to the orb to do anything else. There's still a chance here. You can't find the bomb. He's defusing. There's a real chance right now. McGill's, and he finally finds it. Couple seconds away from stumbling into a round win. Oh, McGill's even survives. Now, I think he pressed G thinking he would die to the bomb because he rebought an AK in that round. Everyone did. There you go. That's a lineup tutorial for you right there. No need for any fancy schmancy stuff. Just corner, jump, corner. Cyclone's orb. Now he's trapped here, but he can still get another frag if he's afforded it. He's not afforded it though, and he goes down, and his teammate does as well. So another side is completely empty. 4-on-3 site lost. This may be an instant save in most circumstances, but you already know that the round's not over till it's over, especially in Dust2IN Masters. You gotta let these things play out, and it's Crazy Gamer with that flash to try and set that circumstance up. Spotting out the dark player over towards that pillar. They know he's trapped in there, and he does go down. And there's a smoke phase, it's Crazy Gamer as well to double down alongside Hadigod. They're flashed out of the site. Now what remains is quite a tall task. One player tucked in the connector. Crazy Gamer jumping is probably not the way I would clear that angle. It's not got an MP9. Whereas we go 8-3. This is already a little bit too far gone. Unfortunately, August 5 have just run away with this one. But some redemption, some honor maybe, is in order. And any chance of dreaming of winning this game for Big W, or this map rather, is going to... Oh, that flash. It's a decoy. Never mind, it didn't matter where I went. Smoke clear. Both sides try to peek but are scared of the consequences, and neither one of them commits except Crazy Gamer locks defaults in a bit of a tag prison and takes him down. Well, we got another fight. I was gonna say we got another fight pivoting towards mid, but it's Nike just getting headshot cleared by Clouder. And Brock dropping on that B bomb site as well. Cyclone's got a tall order. He sees the bomb. He's kind of forcing the issue a little bit strongly, but there was no other way to win the round, so I understand. Desperation makes desperate measures real prominent. And now 2-on-3, last round, no choices. Addy is just loud and proud, stomping into it, gets tagged but gets the kill. And now he's got his teammate probably to accelerate. No utility, no kit yet. Smoke down. Flash into the connector could be great for it. He taps the bomb, and they know that they're off it. Considers the positioning, and there's a chance there. An instant headshot could potentially have done the deed, but it's McGill's with that one tap. As you can see, Redman has been silently contributing throughout all this. Not necessarily something that we've talked about too much for, you know, his incredible performance so far, but, you know, 13-7, 8 assists, 180 has been quietly chugging along and winning August those, you know, meaningful kills that nobody thinks about. You know, not the opening, not the closing, but the mid-round frag to ensure the bomb site is not lost. Something like this. This is what I would say that Rivet has been doing this map so far. Now, August 5 have got the right idea. They're in the right positioning. The flash hits him, but they don't move the positioning anyway. Nightcase gets one, but Ember gets two. Bomb is dropped, but the site is also lost. McGills gets headshot. Brock, 3 kills. The stand-in doing the most work on this pistol round to get Big W back into it. They're going to have to thank him with that one, if they do indeed win the map. And Cloud is biding his time and waiting for a chance. Spots one player, reviews his position. Now it's a matter of a lot more than that. And Hattie gets the instant dink, is emboldened to take the frag. And if it was ever going to happen, that would be the way to begin it. But we're going to need a gun round or two before I'm on this train with you. This time it's just a little mid aggression. USPs get 1 kill, but Crazy Gamer and Brock are mopping that one up real nice like. It's a simple task quite effectively. And that goes back to my earlier discussion about, you know, rushing is not always the most effective way. Now, I know it's the easiest way to plan, you know. Most players, you don't want to do the most efficient thing a lot of the time. And I think that's also a thing that players have to fight against. Is that you want to rush in with your USPs, get maybe a dink and die, because then your round's over in 25 seconds and you can go back to having the fancy gun that does headshots instead of the USP with no armor that gets dinked and dies. But it's probably the better play to sort of wait it out, get 1 kill and, you know, let everything manage itself. Now, speaking of things that manage itself, this bomb site is not one of those. Cloud gets 1 kill because McGill's went down. Earlier, it does not double down on that. And Revan is gonna have to either regroup or save. Bomb is not down yet. And as I say that, it does go down. Molotov fails. Hold on a second. There's no kick, but as this smoke fades, there could be a timing. 3 players in towards connector area means that the positioning is quite tight. The Revan, a little bit too predictable there. Default thinks that he doesn't want to see anymore, and so Big W are stacking them, and that was a gun round. I said I'd like to see a couple, so this is number 1 of 2. If they win their second gun round, then I'm on board and considering it. Let's put it that way. This is the bare minimum for the comeback. Taking down Ember would be icing on the cake, but that's the opposite of it. That actually prevents them from a little bit of an economic surplus. Now, it's still a lot of money on the board, so it's not a problem yet. But these are the kind of things that you need to think about. You know, if you're an analyst especially, maybe a coach and a player needs to focus more about, you know, tactics and in-the-moment enthusiasm. But, you know, if you're out there studying 100 demos a day, which is probably not even mathematically possible unless you're fast-forwarding them a lot. That aside, it's default solo with this bomb site hold now that Ember's gone down. It was 1-for-1, but that's not the kind of thing you want to do because Ember is fighting with weaponry and default is going to be struggling with it. Default is also struggling with basic movement, I think. He really wants to get that gun, and now that they've had the deagle ring out, the players on that, you know, A main side, Big W might not want to let them pick up that gun. If he's got a deagle, you know, you're clued into the state of the buy. Maybe it's no longer a priority. And indeed, you can see it's made Brock realize I've got a little bit more wiggle room here. There's a deagle on the other side. Let's finish this play. Now, you have to actually finish the play. You can't just let it run out. And it's not clean, but Cyclone helps him finish that one. Revan didn't have a chance. Even if he got that one. I thought it's Crazy Gamer. I mean, listen, Crazy Gamer is the kind of guy who goes through these smokes and he gets those kills. Audio cue is like a shark in water. Wasn't it debunked, the shark and blood sort of narrative? In any case, McGills is going to be breathing in it soon, as he's going to get sunken, taken down not long after. So they are getting 3 kills, you know, in these rounds, but it's not actually going to matter as long as they keep winning. it's when they lose that it becomes a difference. And now is the real test of the comeback. If Big W win this round, it's on like nobody's business. But it's dependent on a lot of things, not least of which where Revan goes, where he takes this orb, where he opts to bring it. And he's playing a more passive line. He's got the right idea. Hattie, a little bit late to the peak, my friend, gets taken down. And Revan's letting him know who's the best AWPer in India. McGill's as well getting one. Forcing Nugget to find a little bit more aggression. It does not pan out for him through that smoke. And so the only play left is through middle now. But it's not going to be good. Brock is just running willy-nilly, getting that kill. He does indeed. It's Crazy Gamer behind him to get that frag. And Brock to trade. Now it's a 1-on-3, 1-on-4 to be meticulous. Brock knows the position. He's got a minute, so he could wrap around completely, but he's actually opting to fight. Probably not the best idea, considering he knew there was a flash in right here. But he goes face first into hell and does not see the other side of it. I guess in a way, it's the play that would be least expected, but, you know, you can't win every round by doing the things that your opponent least expects. Because a lot of the time, they're not expected for a good reason. Sometimes it's, you know, a fair trade. And exactly why, you know, these comebacks are so difficult is because you win one gun round, but you lose the next. You're already at such a disadvantage that an equally fought half is a huge disadvantage for you. And so Revan almost flashes in, but doesn't quite do so. So defaults or Cloud are multi-hold in middle, re-smoking. Both sides do so. And the Molotov to curtail aggression, it's Clouder to just hold the smoke line. Forced to drop down. That'll also be called through. Begills is on high alert now. Could go through. He's being trapped. They should know he's trapped. How is McGill not taking that much damage? They know he's stuck in here. There's no way the McGill... Oh, that Molotov... It's actually quite unfortunate. A little bit to the right and he would have had that one, but... It's actually just pure fortune and maybe a bit of incompetence on Big W's part that he was even able to get out of there. Mac 10, not the best weapon to spray through the smoke. You know, you don't exactly know where you're going with it. But it's going to have to be the walk into B. Cyclone gets a kill. Revan sort of targeted on a angle that does not reward him. And McGill goes down to a molly. Two players stuck in his backside. They are lost in that smoke. And I don't know what kind of play is going on there, but how does Clouder get 3? How does Clouder get 3? It's as if they lost each other in the smoke. It wasn't just that August 5 were losing, you know, side of where they were. Clouder getting 3 there is incredible. Matter of timing, it's a matter of, you know, seconds and moments, but... It's still what's going to take August over the line. Now this Tech 9 forced buy into what presumably is another force buy next round if they don't make it out of here. Addy patrolling middle with the Tech 9 as well. Cyclone F is on a Galil, to be fair to him. Hoping to try and close that round. It's amazing that the Tech 9s have gotten so far without conflict yet, but that's because the CTs are sort of letting it fly. Galil sort of puffing up its chest, being a bit louder than everything else. And give off the impression of having strong weaponry. Meanwhile, this A bomb site's targeted. The bomb looks like it's leaping through head first and dropped and done, but Hattie actually gets that trade. Tech 9 kills Ember as well. Now things are looking a little bit messy. It's default to dinked down low, afraid to hold that bomb site. Bomb goes down. 3 CTs peeking through heaven is not the best way to do things. But they don't really have a choice. And Crazy Gamer and Cyclone tag team. Crazy Gamer peeks with a Tech 9 left-right movement. Head hearts a hit. But not the same conversely as he gets that Tech 9 headshot as well. So it's not all doom and gloom. This would have been pretty miserable to fight OT against if you had lost that round, but now it becomes an interesting conversation. Now it becomes a little bit complex because the money is pretty bad on the side of August 5. They lose this one, it's back to nothing. It's 11-10. What we're looking at here is a pivotal round. And Angel might be coming at us sooner than we think if Ember's... Oh, he's made a sound cue. Nade into the stairs. Classic utility on Ancient. I mean, Anubis. And also Ancient, but not there. The typical lurk spot Cyclone's playing. Had to get in that kill, but Clouder trading right back onto Nikes. Revan playing right behind that smoke. He's getting hit by it. Oh, no. Very brave of him to stay here. The position should be called, but the longer he stays here, the more sort of off guard and off position this play becomes, for the smoke is betraying him. CS2 smoke's blooming a little bit too much. He can't even see the angle he was hoping to take advantage of. Default to mollies at just the right moment to prevent a bit of a peak, but the molly's actually going to dissuade them. On the other side of the map, they realize that this stack has been taking place. Crazy Game has parked himself in the B bomb site. Molotov as well, aptly timed. It prevents McGill's from anything. And this is going to be a difficult situation. Do you retake this in a 4-on-4? You know, inferior weaponry, now you're a man down, you're not even a chance of a trade. Hattie gets 2, now you have to be thinking about saving. Getting 1 for 1 there signs that round into the hands of Big W, saving the M4. Best case scenario and unlikely to happen at that. As Brock takes his aggression and puts it to good use. Very strong performance from Brock, standing in for a stand-in for the original player in this team. And in both cases, I would say the stand-in exceeded what I expect from Spawn. So now August 5 buying down to MP9s and 5.7s, Deagle on Revan. Trying not to let the money be the reason they lose this. And Revan Deeg here would go definitely crazy, but not afforded that option. Already out of utility now. Single smoke left on Ember. We'll see what he decides to do with it. He's probably just going to throw it into middle at some point. Or onto the A bomb site and then quick rotate over. Interesting use of it. Especially coupled with that kill by Cyclone and Nikes. Now they should know that the smoke signifies the presence. Who threw that smoke is the question, and the answer is the last remaining CT.
Bomb has been planted.
Now he's been spotted. It's a matter of time.
Terrorists win.
They've put the hard yards in, Big W. They've made it look very, very doable despite the half. And August 5 are definitely having trouble scraping together those last rounds. And as it becomes later and later, the gimmick desperation, the temptation to just sort of do a one-time play, to have a boost, to do a little bit of aggression somewhere that is too obviously red in favor of, you know, playing your usual playbook here. Or you're thinking, all I need is 1 round. You might do things that you wouldn't normally do. McGill's is thanking his stars, and Clouder actually takes advantage of it, goes 1 for 1. They know the bomb site is scarcely defended, but they're also not in a position to punish it because they were spread out on a default as well, so just letting this one be waited out. Revan on his own is going to be caught out if he doesn't fall back alongside the smoke fade, and he does do so. All he's got is an HE to his name, tucking in a 90-degree angle, hoping to be caught off guard. Indeed, Crazy Game was not ready for that. Revan does not get 2, but 1 for 1. 90-degree angle, CS2 peak. Maybe even more than you expect. And now the bomb is following footsteps of the rest of the T's towards B. Defaulter is in the right position alongside McGill's. And Ember's gonna have to rotate sooner rather than later. And Defaulter, brave to do that jump peek. Might put him in a better position to hold this if he's going to be committed, but now it's a question of McGill's, and he's just a bit too slow on that tracking. And Ember now going for this is pure desperation. 1-on-3, no kit. Ah, he does have a kit. You know what? Maybe there is a chance. Faces the flash head on, doesn't even look away. Expecting a peek behind it. Now that comeback is really looking quite practical. Two teams with less than expected CT sides and quite strong T sides.
Terrorists win.
Down to the wire. Every map has been very, very interesting so far. But we get to see another close game, this time on Anubis. So here we go. MP9 for Masters, M4, A1S, no AWP. It's been rough for August 5. Revan sort of hamstrung by the fact that he's been on these rifles. Not necessarily the worst rifle for an AWP, but if you're considering how much impact he's going to have in one situation versus the other, well, everybody knows which one he's preferring. You can see the uncomfortable nature here, flashed into a peek, but not quite the situation he was looking for. Two players right outside of his comfortable peeking range, but he goes back in for seconds now that the smoke's up. Nothing's spotted. Instead, it's once again a group up towards A. Bomb is not committed yet, though. Perhaps waiting for an aggression. You can see Hattie is hoping that Connector is going to be pushed, but not to be the case. In fact, CTs are actually evacuating Connector. And no more smokes left, 50 seconds, just two flashes and an HE. I'm thinking, perhaps, given that it's Revan and Ember, both on the right bomb side with the flashes, the flash in is the play. He spots one, spots the second one, gets a dink in. That should alert the play. It's an acceleration now. Revan's got his own flash. He could just opt to delay this, but he's fighting. Instead of flashing to delay, he's opting to just take those jewels, and those jewels will not be won by him. Famas gets one, transfers down, does not quite get the second. He's down to Cloud with his own Famas. He revealed his position, knows where two of them are, and can guess the third, but it doesn't make it easy. It doesn't make it impossible, though. Tech 9, not quite a Tech 9. He's picked up the MP9. And he spams them down. Cloud 1-on-3 brings back the lead for August 5. And desperation. Forget Cloud 9. This puts them on 12. August 5. It's not a game of numbers, but that is a 1-on-3. And the number of times we've seen players with the FAMAS just pull off things that you can't believe are possible with that gun. How many CTs even have it in that loadout these days? And yet, fantastic performance in that round, and it may be all they need. Now, finally, Revan has that AWP. Finally, he's got the gun that he needs. And in this last round, hold on, what is going on here? Double AWP? Maybe going for picks? Well, we can see what's going on with the spawns, I guess. Hattie and Cyclone. Yeah, they're on opposite sides of the map. I can see this being a pick situation. Going for an A and B instant AWP frag and then regrouping, seeing what happens after the fact. That's pretty reasonable. We'll see what these frags do. Take a look at what Cyclone's got to work with. He's spotting for aggression and is not to be the case. And Hattie looking for the connector push, but that's also not to be the case. In fact, the AWP is posted up in B, completely separate to the rest. And the confidence that round must have instilled in them. Despite the fact that they do still have a rough time in this round. There is an MP9 and FAMAS situation regardless. Double clear of the connector smoke. It doesn't net them anything, and it's in fact re-smoked. So it's awkward use of resources. T still have 4 smokes though, so where they go is up to them. But they do only have 3 flashes, never mind. All good for a way into a bomb site, but Clouder peeking into main, now it's got a back and forth situation. McGill's just got his own troubles, and he's solving those problems. Now Revan on the bomb site getting 1 kill. Could be taking us 13-11 right there. He gets that 2nd kill. That's why you don't let Revan have the AWP. And that's why August 5 finally take that over the line. Close and well fought comeback, but it's fake in the end because you let August 5 have a clutch like that. Pivotal. You let Revan have the AWP. Slam dunk closes the game out. That's 1 map to August 5. It's their pick, of course. We're moving on to map 2, which is Ancient. To pick up Big W. We'll see whether that's closed out on there or whether we go to Dust2 Decider. So the grand final, map 2, coming right at you. Don't go anywhere. We are live with map 2. August have taken map 1, and now we look towards Ancient, where Big W, we're trying to see whether they can come back into map 2. Now, I'm not sure what their chances are, but I do know it's going to be one hell of a game, as we already see the aggression straight into A. A bomb site is relatively clear, but it's down to Embo. He's already gotten 2 frags, hungry for more, but Cyclone back to back clears out the donut by himself, hungry for a bite. And now the remaining CTs are towards spawn. It's a matter of a 1v1, and Miguel has finished the job. So Big W's push into A fails them, and August 5 with the pistol, starting as they mean to continue. And here we go. Full spot already. Hopefully this is not a repeat of the last time with the 5 spots. Are really seriously endless. But it does not seem to be the case, as Default was already starting us off with a frag, trying to stem this endless flow, and Revan and Clouder are helping us with that, preventing the force from constantly having an impact. Nightcase retreats from the grenade, and it's 1 of 4 that he's not going to have much of a chance in. I say that, but Nightcase has been seriously scary in these clutch situations. Now, it is just a MP9 that he's got now, but I was going to say maybe there's no head armor, but they're full of head armor over on the CT side. He's got a Molotov. Unfortunately, it's also an incendiary, so the CT side's got a sad, sad little radius and time decay. It's not even going to do anything, as Revan doesn't even consider it an issue, and he peeks straight through. So 2-0, and that was a forced buy. So this is not going to be the AKs. In fact, it's going to be another little Deagle sort of situation. And again, too many times now, these second round forced buys without a bomb plant, or even with a bomb plant, have been Tech 9s, and a full Tech 9 buy is maybe not the the modern force buy. I would say the modern force buy is some dropped over Galils and then some Tech 9s, sort of mixed metaphor situation. That being said, Diggles have their place, and Hattie God is showing us how. Bomb site's already been taken over, but Cloud are tucked in with the MP9. He's looking to farm up some cash, get some instant headshots. He's gotten 2, and he's got his teammates to help, but it looks like it's all going to be down to Clouder, and oh my god, what is going on? Nightcase did not even realize what was happening, and Clouder picks up 4. McGill's, with that initial frag, would have otherwise been an ace potential. A lot of money as well farmed. You can see 6150 reads his cash register. And if every round's going to be as fast as that, you can sign me up for that Counter-Strike, adrenaline focused Counter-Strike. Nades in, no damage for the T's as they tuck further behind, but Cloud is going to be in the smoke. Through the smoke. Oh my god, 1.5 kills with an MP9. That's value for money right there. Info as well. No bomb spotted. Could be intel. And now they're going to put fear in Big W's minds. Every single time their mid smoke is there, they're going to have to leave a player there. The psychological layers is the kind of thing that you have to consider. And I mean, let's keep it in the back of our minds in future rounds. Now, the bomb is still undecided. So Crazy Gamer getting these kills, or this 1 kill rather, in this 3-on-3 doesn't actually change their end destination. And it's in fact Revan patrolling B who's going to find the true source. This flash could actually end him. Oh, he gets that frag. Tucked in now. Quite isolated. Both AWPers miss. Now it's one chooses to pick up the Tech 9, backed up by his teammate with a rifle. And he sticks it to him with that Tech 9, using his own weaponry against him. 4-0 as the gun round goes away with August 5. Similar start to how the previous map went on, and now we do know that Big W tried their best and hardest to come back into it, but they did not actually win that comeback. So, otherwise they would be having this conversation of, this lead could be, just on the scoreboard, it couldn't translate necessarily, but obey it in the most unlikely of ways with the Clouder 1v3 that we all know and love and remember. There's not much other circumstance for it. And so we do go into another pistol low buy. Not to get cyclical on you, but it's the buys that are repeating themselves, not me. And Crazy Gamer is already tucked into Jaguar, but nothing more than that. And as the rush comes through, Clouder gets one, Clouder gets two, and McGills is alongside of him to prevent anything from going on. Those pistols get literally nothing done. I don't even think they got a single bullet. Clouder got tagged once, maybe. That could have even been earlier in the round. And Crazy Gamer, I'm not sure what his plan was. I think he was trying to be a late game round winning player. You know, the idea being that the site is taken and then they don't expect him here because he never peeked. Trying to get the lurk through lane afterwards in the retake, but of course it doesn't pan out, so it looks a bit silly, but I'm sure it was part of a plan. Or at least I'd like to extend that olive branch to him. You know, Crazy Gamer, I would say known now for, you know, smoke pushes, cheeky little plays. Not necessarily, you know, crisp, robotic, crazy aim, but definitely gets the kills in positioning and timing. And so you can't blame him for wanting to position and time himself. Doesn't work out though. Two players sort of tucked in this little crossfire. Molotovs could fish him out and indeed targeted for him. Smoke to help him out. He's going to try and escape. Let's see what his view is. What is going on? They let default to escape. Not quite. They don't let that one slip. It would be a bit egregious if they didn't even watch that cross after all that. And this Molotov is also well targeted. Ember doesn't even get one. Two CTs just drop dead. And Clouder's gonna have to really be patient here if he wants a frag. Now, the audio cues are cluing him into it, and in this position we've seen it before. He doesn't shoot, and so instead he opts to go the whole way around. Oh, this is a matter of serious timing. He could win the entire round here if he just plays it right. And indeed he does, gets 2 kills, retreats as well, and now it's down to Revan on that flank. It's still a 2-on-2 because Nightcase is on the site now, but Clouder's done about as well as you could hope. Could have gone much worse had someone turned around at the right time, but it's down to fakes, it's down to timings. They still don't really know where Revan is. And he picks up the frag as well. Time is ticking too low. Revan just needs to stay alive. I don't think the bomb's gonna go down in time. You gotta hunt the frag, brother. That plant's not gonna go down. What's he planting it for? I mean, there was only one way to win the round, and it was to rush him down. And there was a chance he could have caught him. You know, so I'm quite confused at the circumstances in which the round ended, but how it got there was interesting. The Clouder play, trigger discipline, very well played. You can add that to the list of his pivotal moments in this series right now. Conspicuous amounts of utility being dumped towards B. That door's smoke as well, good enough to prevent it. Prevent Brock from having any view. Prevents him from flashing successfully as well, apparently, but doesn't matter. McGill gets taken down because he's not checking his corners. And again, these peaks are a little bit too... I don't want to say lazy. They're a little bit too, you know, relaxed. You have to keep these angles incredibly tight. Now, Cloud is there to back him up, so default is not going to get punished, but... That's just because Cloud is on a tear right now. 11-4, make that 11-5 as it goes down, but it's just Nightcase and Cyclone left. Nightcase 1-on-3, bomb lost in main. 1-on-2 now, that I say it. Through the smoke, he had a real chance there, but default's an instant headshot. Smoke was imperfect, but luckily he was at least aware of his own utilities mishap and had the angle before any crazy things could happen. 7-0 now. It's becoming, you know, an out of steam situation. While August 5 look as comfortable as they have this entire time. Now, it's unfortunate what happened in that previous series. Of course, August 5 were being tested by Starboys, but, you know, we had power issues and they unfortunately had to forfeit that series. But now they're getting to really showcase their dominance. And it has to be as a bit of a psychological thing as well, because this is Big W's choice of map. And in that previous map, they had a real chance, and I think that clutches just mess with their minds. This is more of the force buy that I usually get to see. The Galils and, you know, maybe the AK is a bit of a luxury buy in this sort of economy, but Cloud making no secret of his presence in Jaguar. Puts that smoke down. Knows what he's dealing with. And could even get some spam kills. Hold on a second. McGill's and Defaulter are the ones to get the frags. Instead, it's Defaulter to just mow him down. Sight's been completely lost. Dropping piece by piece. Nothing really going on. And at this point, Big W are they're just hoping for something to break through. I think the tactics are out the window. I think the, you know, confidence is out the window. Nobody above 4 frags. And at this point, they're just rushing to get it over with. You know, maybe a round win can reignite that flame, but right now, you know, that fireplace is without any wood. Revan misses a shot. That could be an opening. Now McGill has got to suffer a little bit of a comfortable position. Usher should have said uncomfortable, but he got that kill, so maybe he's not as bad as he's making it out to be. And a second frag. Pardon me. McGill's so reliable, but their utility is just going to have to catch him out. Revan saved his life. Usually you see that little, you know, you just saved Blank's life by killing Blank in the little CS chat ticker. But this time it really was just a matter of half a second. If he's not watching that angle, McGills dies right then and there, but instead it's just a perfect side lockdown. And now Big W, you do have to give them that consideration of Brock being a stand-in, but this is also a relatively new lineup by August 5, and if they can keep this up, I think they really can. You know, they've got this Ember, Clouder, Revan, McGill's definitely some of the strongest riflers in India outside of the God's Drain lineup. I would say probably the strongest riflers in India outside the God's Drain lineup, bar a few, you know, Night Case maybe it's shown us enough. But aside from that, I think if you were to construct a team, this looks right to me. Maybe you can replace Ember, maybe Defaulters, maybe a third best IGL instead of second best IGL, but hold on a second. Crazy Gamers just made this 3-on-2 into a 2-on-1, and now Defaulters making no secrets about his presence, but fakes out the run over. Crosshair nowhere near where it needed to be in Crazy Gamer. Gets 3 kills to finally put the first round on the board for Big W. Now, can they go back-to-back on that? A little bit of a flick attempt. They know the positioning. They know that there's a couple of cities trapped in the corner, but it doesn't mean that they can get the frags just because they're aware of it. And Cyclone to go through, pushes and finds a frag. Revan gets one on that shelf kill, and another. This is why we call Revan the best AWPer of India. It's the confidence and the tracking and the aim and all in one package. And maybe now, outside of God's reign, maybe this is the freedom and control that he wants. And, you know, while it's like the while the cat's away, the mouse will play situation, while Gozrain are traveling over and competing in international tournaments, taking a map off of a Mongolian team. The fight for second best rages on back home. And so if August 5 can really put a statement victory here, they can really say, you know, we're here to play. You know, don't be so confident in your qualifiers from here on out. I'm interested to see if August 5 stick together, maybe even find an Org, what they would match up like against Gozrain. You know, a bit of a grudge match for Revan as well. But of course, I'm talking like the victory is already decided. There are 3 rounds left for that to pan out. Crazy Gamer are not afforded a single opening either, and that was the only player towards B, and Defaulter sort of yelling the warning that it looks like A is the way to go. Instant headshot. That's the IGL who's getting those frags, so looks like it's a done deal. Ember from Donut, no utility to stop him. He gets a second frag, spots the third. It's down to Harry. He's got a 1-on-3 in front of him and doesn't even get the first. 11 to 1 half. And it's almost a 13-0. As Orgless 5 don't need the support of anybody but themselves as they take on Big W and demolish them. And this pistol round, even if Big W win it, it's a little bit of a too little too late situation. Nike is getting that headshot, but what does it really even mean? And a possibly done deal pistol round tucked in. It doesn't even make a difference. Bomb is going down. Cyclone looking to sneak out as he is on low health. Gets 1 kill, but now it's already a 2-on-3 and he's low. Any bullets would take him out, but him and Hattie together are making something of this. Hattie, come on now, show us a little bit more in the final stretch of this map. It's not to be. It's Ember with 3 frags and the pistol to deny any hope remaining. And to crush Big W's dreams. And we got players, you know, former Gozrain, former True Ripper, from months and years ago even. So these are not strangers to victory over on Orgless, but this is definitely a statement win and a way to do it. As all the dollars are spent down to the wire, it's Orgless to take it, to push us into the new year of Counter-Strike. And never mind, hold on a second, Brock has got a little bit more to say. Brought in as a stand-in, but that's about all he's got to show, and Revan sprays him down. Gets 2 for his troubles. And now 1 on either side of the bomb sites. It's just a matter of time, and then we'll have a new champion crowned. 13 to 1. Now, Revan is low, and these are MP9s in close range, so it's not impossible, I will say that. But it's as good as locked in. Hattie's realizing that it's a little too quiet over on A. Cyclone can't tame Rogue SMG. And down he goes. And it's Orgless 5. Take it home. Take home the lion's share of the prize. They are your champions of the Dust2IN Masters. Edition number 18. Congratulations to them. Of course, it's a bit of a redemption for players like Revan, McGill's, even Cloud. You can say Ember and Defaulter as well. All of them, they really do deserve this, especially considering that final performance Well played to them. Commiserations to, of course, our other competitors, Big W. Close showing that first map. Had they not lost that clutch, maybe we're looking at a different set of circumstances, but they definitely did. And they tried their best. And they'll have a lot to learn as well looking back on it. And of course, commiserations on the other side to the victorious SUMUS, who did play their heart out in that other series against Big W. And of course, Starboys, who had unfortunate technical issues, but did fight their best from what we saw. It's a lot of parity and competition in our Indian South Asian Counter-Strike scene. And I'm happy to be bringing it to you time after time. So once again, you know, in case you need any more introduction, I'm your host, caster, commentator, observer, operator, I guess, of the graphics and behind the scenes, backpackbrain. I'm happy to bring it to you once again. And you know, I anticipate a little bit of a world where these teams keep getting better and better, keep testing the limits of how far Indian Counter-Strike can go, and month by month, we're here to bring it to you every step of the way. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next month with some more of India and South Asia's finest. Thank you for supporting the scene. See you next time. Goodbye.